Good morning, California. My name is Sarah Sadwani. I'll be chairing today's meeting along with my colleague Pedro Toledo, who will jump in as vice chair for us today. This is day 2 of our meeting for the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, and we're going to pick up on our agenda where we left off yesterday, which I'll talk a little bit about in just a moment. Before we begin, Ravi, could we take roll call?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Sinai,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Turner,
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Yee,
Here.
Commissioner Akma,
Here.
Commissioner Kutagawa,
Here.
Commissioner Anderson,
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Presente.
Commissioner Ford Shari,
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Lamont, Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ravi. We will be jumping into public comment in this morning, but just as a quick reminder of our schedule for today, our agenda is posted on our website along with a schedule that gave a lay of the land for yesterday and today. We still have agenda items number 4 and 5 to complete today, including finalizing the conversation around the mapping playbook, as well as what I anticipate being a sizable conversation about the census timeline and how that's going to look moving forward. And at 10 a.m. in particular, we will be joined by Karen McDonald from our line drawing team, who will be sharing with us a little bit more about what we can expect next week when we receive our first set of visualizations. So with that, Christian and Katie, if we could go to public comment.
Good morning. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 882-6438-3219 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we do have a caller in the queue, caller with the last 8461. If you wish to give comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment, not just listen. And we also have another caller, caller 7746. Caller 8461, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. The floor is yours.
Good morning, commissioners. Can everybody hear me?
Mm-hmm. We sure can.
Okay, good. Okay, my name is Paul Marsh, spelled P-A-U-L. Last name is M-A-R-S-H. I'm a small businessman, veteran, and also the former vice president of the Victor Valley NAACP, and I'm an over 50-year resident of San Bernardino County, High Desert. I'm calling today because I have some grave concerns with the commission trying to combine our community with Antelope Valley. In my life, I've been in many districts that were based out of Antelope Valley and Los Angeles County. And, I can honestly say, our community was never really the main focus of those representatives. And I believe, this issue of equity is because Los Angeles County is so much larger and has more representatives at the state and federal levels than the Inland Empire does. And, that is one reason, one major reason why we need representatives who represent us. Besides the historical inequities of districts that combined the Antelope Valley and Victor Valley.
30 seconds.
Our community, excuse me?
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Our community also have very different and very separated. One example is that we do not share major transit corridor with Antelope Valley, and our local government agencies do not coordinate on issues to benefit the public good or address issues like homelessness, housing, inequity. With
Time.
Thank you so much. And up next, we will have caller 7. Up next, we will have caller 7746. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time.
Hello?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Hi, yes. My name is Steve Spinner. I'm a resident of Atherton, California, which is in Silicon Valley. I lived here for the last 6 years, and before that, I was right next door in Menlo Park for about 15 years. I'm calling to give comment on stuff that I've been hearing that this area would be pushed up to be part of the Hillsborough-Burlingame area, as opposed to staying as it historically has always stayed, Atherton, Woodside, Portola Valley, Menlo Park, with Palo Alto. I just wanted to give some level of local context here. Atherton, Menlo Park, these areas are one community with Palo Alto. They've been it forever. People go to each other's farmers markets. I go on Saturdays to the Palo Alto market. On Sundays, go to Menlo Park market. We send our kids go to school here in Menlo Park, but we go to Los Altos for school, for high school. My wife, we live here in Menlo Park and Atherton, but my wife works in Palo Alto, and I've worked a number of opportunities over the years in Redwood City down to Palo Alto. And the communities here are all one. We are all one. And so, we joke about needing to go and schlep up to Hillsborough and Burlingame. Where, that community, Hillsborough and Burlingame, being just south of San Francisco, is very much the people that live there usually typically work north of there in San Francisco. Where I live, Woodside, Atherton, Portola Valley, we live and work here at Facebook and other tech communities down here. And at worst, we go a little bit south to Sunnyvale, Cupertino. So all I'm asking is just give context. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that was all of our callers at this time, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Katie. We have a little bit of time this morning before Karen McDonald joins us. So I wanted to just offer a couple quick announcements to commissioners, and then perhaps jump into, if Commissioners Yee and Turner are okay with it, jump back into the playbook discussion, at least for a few minutes before she joins us. And she also might be able to add to that conversation as well. First, just a quick announcement. We discussed in yesterday's meeting the locations for upcoming hybrid meetings. Again, these are meetings that are closed to the public due to COVID regulations. But if commissioners do plan to travel, please RSVP to staff as soon as possible. Some emails went out this morning, so make sure that staff knows that so that they can plan accordingly, and also to ensure that we are able to accommodate all of our COVID protocols. Are there any other general announcements from commissioners before we get started this morning?
Just along that same line, for the next week, we need to notify staff by Friday. So for the 13th, 14th, 15th.
Correct. Yeah. So, for October 4th, 5th, and 6th, please notify by the end of today. And for the following meetings, which I believe are 13, 14, 15, by Friday. Okay. Thank you so much. So with that, I'm going to hand it over and just pick up where we left off yesterday with Commissioners Yee and Turner to talk a little bit more. There was one additional document that we hadn't had a chance to review yesterday or discuss regarding the playbook. So I was hoping you could kick us off with that. At 10 a.m., we'll switch gears, and Karen McDonald will be here, but I think she'll also be able to help inform that conversation as well.
Okay, very good, Chair. So just reviewing, yesterday we took a look at the main mapping playbook document, which is the one that looks like an outline, and went over that and noted various potential updates and changes that Commissioner Turner and I will take a look at. Today, let's look at the second document, which we're calling Attachment 1, and I'll go ahead and share it now. Yes. Did we not? Okay. Oh, okay.
Sorry, we didn't quite finish the first document.
Okay, we can go back to that one then.
And actually, for today, if I could ask, especially since we're now transitioning to these hybrid meetings, wherever possible for commissioners or panelists, please do try and use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. I think that'll be the most equitable, and also from my end, just help me to know where to look to find everybody when folks are raising their hands. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone recall where we left off?
Yes, we didn't get to 5 or 6.
5 or 6. Okay. 5 or 6. Okay.
I think Commissioner Sinai has a quick comment.
Yeah.
So, sorry to do this, but I read it very carefully this morning when I was asked to do all my homework. And so I was curious to know if we can actually, finish 5 and 6, but can we go back to some of the stuff at the beginning?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I will follow the order of the chair.
So 5 and 6, actually, you've seen all these previously when we looked at the earlier draft of this document. So general principles, just trying to catch some of the general wisdom that we've heard so far. Document everything, especially the reasons for decisions that we make. Whether or not they end up in the final report in detail, keep everything documented. Share the gain and pain. If you divide a city in one plan, maybe keep it whole in another. If a city was divided 10 years ago, that's a legitimate reason to consider, putting it back together this time. Be open to resolving similar issues in different places in different ways. Those of us with high coherence needs have to struggle to bring ourselves to that, but we will do so as needed, hopefully. And then the cleanest option is not always the best, right? We have so many different considerations to bring to each district, so trying to keep all those in play and not just go for the easiest or cleanest option. So as we think about all these, number 6, just to keep in mind, and all these, key differences from the 2010 process, a much longer process, uncertainties about the deadline, the whole educational phase that we were able to do, that we are not able to do, they were not able to do 10 years ago. The COI tool, of course, the upcoming district drawing tool, the Airtable, magnificent Airtable, and also not having any public in-person meetings. So you're all aware of that. Mm-hmm. Commissioner Fonashari.
Yeah, so I have a kind of reaction to 5B. It seems like a good idea, potentially in the face of it. I understand that's what they did in 2010. But just a couple of observations. We've gotten feedback from, a number of folks about, their city or whatever being split in a bunch of different ways. And I recall looking at the maps, and one city's in 2 different Senate districts and 4 different assembly districts, and I just, I'm just kind of wondering. I don't have an answer, but I'm kind of wondering how much this notion of sharing the pain resulted in really kind of strange outcomes in drawing districts, and so I just. It seems like a good idea, but I just, I want to just throw my thoughts out there, I guess is all. I don't have an answer at this point.
I think we're going to become intimately acquainted with those situations very soon. Yeah.
And actually, Russell, I want to jump in
Please.
as we get ready to have the conversation. And just to remind all of the commissioners that there for sure are probably 1,000 ways to approach this. And so as a subcommittee, we needed to start someplace. And so in the research that we've done and conversations and what we found from 2010, this is just our best first effort to present to you. And so with our fellow commissioners, for sure, we'll come out with the best document. But I'd love for us to go into this conversation with that in mind.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sinai, did you want to start going back, or should we? Okay, why don't we? Go ahead then, please. Yeah.
I'm following the rules, and I'm just looking at both 5 and 6. Building on what Commissioner Fornashari said, I think there are some philosophical questions that I would like us to talk about before we actually have the BAPs in front of us and we're trying to figure it out. And one is, what is a small city and what is a big city? Because there are some interesting examples from last time. In a lot of ways, it felt like they preferred splitting little cities over big cities, and I'm just saying that based on the input that we've heard and some of the things that you see. And so, but what is a small city and what is a big city? For some of us, 1 million is big. Well, okay, for all of us, 1 million is big. But for some of us, 55,000 is a big city, and then for others of us, 55,000 is a small city. And so just kind of being able to get a feel from all of us where we are on that. The other piece on this one, I thought it was really good that it says document all decisions and their reasons, but I would also like to add on there and go back to the reasons, to that documentation when we're making changes. Because I'm going to keep saying this, but I don't want the last voice in to be the one that has the loudest voice. So if we drew a district for a reason, and then we get a lot of calls saying, hey, we don't like that district, but we created it for a reason, I want to go back to what the reason was, for all of us to go back to the reason we created the district the way it was, listen to the comments after we've put ourselves back in that foundation, and then tweak the lines versus just, oh, they didn't like it, let's tweak the lines. And so we keep saying that all comment is important. So I would like to add something on there that we will review before we move forward. And it might be a quick review or whatever, but just and then on 6, COVID's not on there in that list.
Well, yeah.
And it's and it's all inferred, but in 2030 they may forget 2020 had COVID. And I think that needs to be mentioned point blank, that there's just COVID was a moving target. But also that it created barriers. Everything on here is kind of positive, and that's great, but we do need to be honest that we didn't have in-person meetings. The commissioners had their first in-person meeting some commissioners met 13 plus months into that needs to be in here for future. And also that we didn't travel to the regions, and therefore we didn't get to see, and we were more dependent on Google Maps, COIs, whatever it might be. And so I don't want us just to create a document that's all positive. I want us to create an accurate document for the future, since I know we'll build on this one as we're creating our final report.
Excellent comments. Thank you. To your second point, so documenting incremental reasons and not just final prevailing reasons. Yeah.
Yes. During the process, it may not need to be in the final report, but as we are moving through the process, being able to document the incremental reasons so that we can go back and remember, because none of us are going to remember any of this. I mean, do we remember exactly what we ate for dinner last night? Okay, we might have, but what about lunch? I'm just trying to, so I'd like to have the incremental, and that may not have to go in the full report, but I do want us to be able to go back to the incremental and not just take the last person who spoke to us.
Sure. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. I'm taking this as an opportunity to share thoughts that I wrote down a week or two ago when we were asked to put our thinking caps on, because they seem similar to the items in 5 and 6. So number one, we're not in the incumbent protection business, but we're also not in the wrecking ball business. We're trying to make sense of this. As you said, some of us have some coherence needs. I thought that was great. So, we're gonna try to do this the best we can. At the same time, and this is something I've said throughout, change is inevitable. It would be, as I've said before, it would be a miracle if districts were able to remain exactly as they are. Populations have changed at different rates throughout the state, and the minute one district changes, it sets off a cascade of all districts having to change to make the puzzle whole. So, change is inevitable. Next, I think it's okay for us to have different understandings and a different focus than the 2010 Commission. Social justice seems to be a greater focus for us than it was for the 2010 Commission. I'm not making that as a definitive statement, but that seems to be, where our mindset is quite often. Next, and this was part of the reason for bringing in our guest speaker last week, topography is important. It's not all determining, but I think it is important. We need to have a better understanding of topography than looking at all these flat maps has given us. Next, we've heard from a lot of people saying, my neighbor across the street is in a different district. Well, for better or for worse, it's virtually impossible for every boundary to run through zero population areas. And unfortunately, somebody is going to be across the street or road from neighbors in another district. That's just a fact of the matter as we go through this. We do, and this was pointed out by the Cal Matters piece yesterday, we need a critical lens to discern reverse engineered districts where people are trying, without saying so, to ensure the reelection of incumbents. Again, we're not in the incumbent protection business, but we're also not in the wrecking ball business. I'll leave it at that. Those were some of the thoughts that I wrote down that I thought might be relevant to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, I'll try to be somewhat concise. Definitely agree with Commissioner Kennedy in terms of our focus can be different. Every 10 years it's an independent commission, and there's 14 new people, and we all think independently, which is great. I don't think Californians voted for us to do the same thing as the last commission. So I just want to keep that in forefront. Also, building upon Commissioner Sinai in terms of some of the drawbacks, we had no public input in-person meetings, and that's a huge drawback. as well as also being able to go out into the public to maybe if there is a gathering, we can actually do some sort of advertising or even outreach or presentation, whatever the case may be. And my other question, or not question, concern, or not concern, issue with 6B, longer, more robust public outreach and education phase. I'm not comfortable with saying it's robust. I don't want to compare us to anyone else, but we did have a longer phase that is accurate. But I just have an issue with using robust because that's questionable, right? Or it's anyone's whoever's definition that is. And I think that's probably it in terms of my comments for now. But thank you. Thank you to you, Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Turner. Great document. It's just like anything else, you have to have something in writing first for people to react. And I know a lot of time went into this, so thank you so much.
This is a great process. Yes, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kutagawa. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you,
moved.
Commissioner Yee. I don't have that many things to say. First, I apologize. I was having a little technical difficulty, so if Commissioner Kennedy said some of the things I'm about to say, I apologize. One thing that's not in here is that is different from the 2010 is the incarcerated population reallocation.
Yes.
They did not do that. We did. And also, they did Section 5 VRA, which required pre-certification, things had to be done, things were set in certain counties, and that affected what you could do. It's like you've locked some of those puzzle pieces, and that affected what they could do, particularly I know in the Bay Area. So, those two items need to be added to that. And then I also, like Commissioner Sinai, have something to go back with, but and also, thank you very much for this document. I agree with Commissioner Fernandez said. It really is wonderful to have this in writing and then be able to talk about something. So thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. I wanted to just follow up on what Commissioner Sinai brought up about COVID. And I think, that not only being a really major factor, I think I wouldn't characterize it as incremental, the kind of things that we had to go through as a result of it. I think it just really impacted everything and anything we did. So it feels incremental in some ways, but it's not. I mean, and so I just wanted to really state that more clearly. Yeah, because I'm thinking about just how long it took us to meet. I want to also just play off of what Commissioner Fernandez said about the fact that we didn't have in-person meetings, and that I also believe that COVID may have impacted Californians' participation in giving us feedback, communities of input feedback, because I think we've talked about this. I think there's less than what we had expected. So I would agree in terms of robust is maybe a questionable word to use, but we did have a longer public outreach and education phase. But I do feel that people were a lot more distracted by a number of different things. And so we were competing against not only just, I would just say COVID, and then later, whatever your feelings are about vaccines and masking, the recall. I mean, there was a lot of things that were competing. The fires, yes, the fires most definitely for the yeah. I mean, we didn't have the kind of concerns that we're dealing with then in 2010 that we are now. I mean, because we're pretty certain that in parts of the farther north of California, there may have been people who have been, unable to participate because this wasn't like really, life or death. Like, this isn't like on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? It's not like it's higher up on the food chain kind of things. So I just wanted to just also note that. And so I think I'll also say, and I don't know, I don't recall exactly, but I think it did take us a little longer to get our staff on board. also too. So I think that may also be something that we may want to note as well too. Speaking to let's not all note the good stuff, but let's also note some of the other challenges. And maybe for the 2030, I think we've talked about this as well too, that, getting staff on board much, much more quickly is something that I think we've noted as well too is going to be an important factor as well too. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. So we're at 10.
Yeah.
Should we pause on this, and then we'll come back to this later?
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Commissioners Yee and Turner. I see that Karen McDonald has joined us. There she is. Commissioner Yee, do you mind to stop this share screen?
Yes.
Thank you so much, just so we can see each other fully. Great. Thank you. And so, good morning, Karen. We invited Karen this morning as a part of the line drawing subcommittee report to just come share with us a little bit about an update in terms of how the visualizations are coming along, and also just as to have a short conversation about what we can expect for next week. Obviously, we'll be releasing our first visualization, so I can anticipate a whole lot of interest when those come out. And we wanted to just make a little bit of time and space to talk through what that might look like and how we might need to best prepare. So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Karen. Just as an FYI, we were talking about the playbook. I know that we still have one more component of that playbook to discuss. And we might have some additional questions for you on that as well. So with that, I'll hand it over.
That sounds good. Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners. It's great to see all of you. And I am excited to report that your regional line drawing teams are working frantically to implement all of the direction that you gave last week. So there's lots of mapping going on, lots of visualizations. And of course, I think this is an exciting part of the process because you'll actually start seeing bits and pieces of the state that perhaps were in your mind before. Perhaps they were just written down in a public comment or so, and they're putting that together for you. So I think what we have in mind and what I hope will work for you is that, of course, as discussed, we will send up the visualizations for each day, the day before it will be presented. So you should be able to see visualizations that Jamie will show the day before. She will show them, posted on your website. That's at least what we're going to try to stick to throughout this process. And Jamie, of course, has Los Angeles, and she is in communication with Dr. Gall today. I just had a conversation with Dr. Gall. As you may remember, you gave some direction that the line drawers should be working with VRA Council. And, I think one thing to keep in mind is that this is definitely an iterative process. So what we're doing next week is not a final product by any stretch of the imagination. Dr. Gall, as you know, is also frantically working on completing her analysis. She may have some preliminary analysis that is available, but there will be more. And honestly, there will be more throughout this process. And there will be visualizations and iterations until we have a draft, and then we have a draft. And then that's not a visualization anymore. And so I think from week to week, we're going to get more information from our VRA attorneys, from Dr. Gall, and also from you. And then we'll try to put that all together and try to move toward that draft plan, a statewide plan that you feel okay about, stopping and getting public input on. And so that's essentially the first step next week, is to kind of maybe start moving toward quarter state maps. So what Jamie has been doing and what she will continue to do up until that point is to create bits and pieces of maps and she will be able to show those to you. She will be able for the first time show you what the population in those bits and pieces is. Like, for example, if you've said, keep these 2 or 3 areas together, we'd like to see how this is going to work out. She will be able to tell you what the total population in those areas are for that particular visualization. And she will also be able to pull up the citizen voting age population if you'd like to see that. So those data are now available. And remember, they've been available for a little over a week now. So, so this is something that we can now incorporate and we can show to you. With respect to how to look at these visualizations, I think it's, again, very important to keep in mind that these are not full, complete plans. Some of them you may have said, well, is this going to be something that could be together in one particular district? We will be able to give you feedback on that. They will demonstrate some trade-offs. So if you've given direction in one particular area that you'd like to see A, B, and C, but then also B, C, and D, you may not be able to do both. And these visualizations will be able to illustrate those trade-offs for you. The visualizations also may not be interchangeable, and that is something you'll be able to see and we can discuss. You'll have access to us the entire day, just to talk about LA as long as you need. And so essentially we can talk in great detail about what is there at this point. And again, we're hoping to have more information than we have right now on Monday from Dr. Gall, and hope that that will be communicated to the VRA attorneys so that they can then give us feedback about, for example, at what percent perhaps should we be drawing this and that? What should we be looking for? What are the targets here? And then that will inform what we can show you the week after. There will be ongoing refinement necessary, obviously. Again, these are still ideas. These are visualizations. Some of these things may not fit together at all. And I'm sorry. I just heard somebody. So sorry about that. And so some of the perhaps direction that you may give once you see these visualizations starting on Monday is whether to amend a particular visualization. Something that you see may make perfect sense to you, and you may just say, okay, this looks good. It's a little short of a potential district. Could we perhaps amend this particular visualization and add this area or that area? Some visualizations are not going to make any sense once you see them, and you may say, okay, that does not work. And we know that because we've just seen perhaps some other visualizations, or just because we have additional information now, we thought about it, now that we see it mapped, it really doesn't make sense. So let's put these into a completely different bracket and then perhaps add. You may have some new visualizations that you would like to see in certain areas. Perhaps you didn't give direction in the entire area or region that we've discussed, and you may want to add to that and say, okay, over here, we didn't give a lot of direction. We didn't have a lot of information. We do have some information now. So for the next iteration, please just add this or that. And then also prioritization. So essentially, this is more important for the next version of visualizations. This is a little bit less important. Here you can have some flexibility. Here is where we really want you to, do certain things and so forth. So I think this is going to be a collaboration, as the entire process has been, and perhaps more of a collaboration now directly with the regional mappers in these public meetings, as I hope you will allow them to kind of walk you through these areas, and then you'll have this opportunity to give feedback. And we can pause at any point, of course. And as you're talking to the line drawers, they may say, okay, I have 2 or 3 visualizations in this particular area. Why don't we look at that section first, and then perhaps get input on that particular region. And then as you give additional input, they can also say, okay, thank you for that input. Over here, based on what you just said, I want to highlight that we have a visualization. So let me just show you that visualization because it would impact the direction that you have just given. So I know this is all sounding really abstract and it's kind of in my head, and I'm trying to explain it. Once it is on a map and in front of you, I know it will make sense to you. And of course, we will all figure out how this works for you and be able to just pivot depending on what you need. But this is kind of what I have in my head right now. And and let's talk about it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Karin. And I'm sure that there's going to be some questions from my colleagues. I just wanted to highlight a couple of the key pieces that I heard, both for commissioners and for the public. So visualizations are going to come out about 24 hours in advance of us reviewing them, which means if we're starting with Los Angeles County on October 4th, keep an eye out on October 3rd for that visualization to be posted. I also want to raise, and this isn't a you thing, Karin, but something that we've kind of discussed on the staff side, and I wanted to raise for commissioners in case there's thoughts about it. Holding public comment in the beginning of the meeting. We anticipate that when the visualizations come out, we'll probably have a lot of public comment. But we want to make sure that public comment is extraordinarily important to all of us. However, we also need to make sure that we have time in our day, given all of our breaks and requirements, to do our work. And so for the public's perspective, we want to really highlight that sending in emails in advance of the meeting would be, with your thoughts on those visualizations, would be a great way to communicate your love or concerns for the visualizations that come out. We will take public comment at the end of those days, but we also want to make sure that we have enough time to actually review those visualizations. So if commissioners have thoughts or concerns, we can also discuss that as well. That isn't a final decision, but something that we've considered. What I'm hearing also is that when we start, we'll get a review of those visualizations from the mapper, so Jamie would start on October 4th with a review of the visualizations that have been put together based on our requests and kind of walk us through some of the considerations that we'll need to be thinking about. And then we'll have that opportunity to discuss and amend and make changes and continue moving forward. I wanted to raise one other issue that came up yesterday for you, Karin, and that was a request to change the order in which we review the state. I don't know if it's possible to do that at this time. I don't know if the mappers would be ready in that order, but to do Southern California after Los Angeles, would that be correct, Commissioner Sinai? So that we can hit Orange County, San Diego, Imperial, San Bernardino, Riverside, perhaps on October 5th. There's been a sense that we've had, because they're always at the end, that we've had to rush a little bit, but that we don't have to decide that right now, but I just wanted to make sure that was known, and we can discuss that if that's possible for next week. So those are some of the key things that I had heard, and I see some questions being raised. Commissioner Sinai?
Just going along with, we want to make sure that every region gets their just amount of time. And I heard, Karin, you just said, well, we can spend as much time as you need on Los Angeles, which would mean then we can spend as much as we need on all the other regions, which would mean that a region is going to be shortchanged, just like it was when we did the first visualizations. And so I would like to recommend, can we, Los Angeles, I keep saying, why do we start with the hardest and then go to the easiest? I mean, I get why we do it, but with the visualizations, it felt like it would have been easier to start visualizations on the easier just to get our feet wet and then jump into the deep end. But I understand why we're doing it. But I would like us to think through maybe putting time limits, because if not, it's up to the chair to really manage the time. And unfortunately, that didn't really happen. It's hard for the chair to manage it. And the chair also needs to be able to participate. And so that's the hard thing about not having a facilitator, instead having the chair. And so is there a way maybe that Karen, if we were to put time limits on each region, and then at the end, if we still have time, go back to whatever regions, I would say, we keep saying Los Angeles is the most difficult, but San Bernardino Riverside is going to be really critical to get it right as well. And, there's so many different regions, but can we set is there a time that we can allocate to each region so that we know, okay, it's time to go on, or we say, okay, we can add a half an hour now and we're taking it out from a pool that's at the end or something. But create some type of agenda, and this might not be an answer we need now, but as you're thinking about creating the agenda, create an agenda that's allowing for equal opportunity for each, and every time we finish early, we put it in a bank of time that we pull out later, but we intentionally pull time out because we really did shortchange Southern California last time. It was really bad in so many different ways. So I don't want to see that happening again.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner Sinai. And certainly those details, I think we can work out and see what's possible and doable. And I think the time limits idea makes a lot of sense. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. Remember, these are the visualizations, and I don't want to say we really shortchanged Southern California. We'd already given a bunch of directions, and it wasn't obvious that we'd already accounted for a lot of direction. Every time we say, don't split up cities and counties, that applies everywhere. And I don't want us to say that some areas are, more complicated. They are. But every single area deserves its time and deserves its issues. And so, there are reasons why certain areas, someone actually sort of asked, are we just going to spend all our time down south and nothing up north? And no, we're going to spend the same amount of time on every single district. The issue is, though, certain districts are going to cover a lot more ground because of getting where the population is. When population is dense, we'll be spending more time in that geographic area. But we're not going to shortchange anybody all the way through. And when you see the visualizations, you'll sort of go, oh, okay. So they all dovetail. And we can go there. There are difficult areas, quite frankly, throughout the state, which we are going to discover. And I believe the natural flow of things, given where we'll see visualizations, where we'll have issues, will change week to week of what we happen, what we deal with first, because the more visualizations we request in an area, the longer it's going to take for the line drawers to put those all together. And so I really fully anticipate if we start with LA, the next week, that could be the last day. And it'll shift like that. And I think, the ebb and flow, we should sort of almost let the first week happen. And it does make sense, when we're working on LA, and we've just talked about how it relates to Ventura County and San Bernardino and Riverside and down into Imperial and San Diego. Then we're kind of seeing that same thing. That does make to shift into that. But then there are other areas. So there is a reason to shift back and forth. But putting a time limit on it, I don't want us to, because if we're like, we've almost resolved an area, oh, time's up. I don't want us to see that. I understand that, we don't want to spend too much time in an area, but I'd like us to think about, rather than time in an area, how much time are we putting in the number of districts? And that's, and I don't want to say like, oh, the North gets short-shifted, because no, the North, and the North is not, oh, we're all really flexible. No, it's where these areas of districts interact. As Karin has mentioned, district, we get to be plan maps, like we're doing a map of a larger area. But then how those areas fit, you can almost see like, it's kind of like, well, and the play between those areas, that's where the flexibility occurs. It's not in an entire area. And so I just want to kind of clarify, as we get into this, it's going to be a lot more obvious. And I think their concerns will be addressed sort of naturally. So I don't want us to, don't panic right now. Let's get into it.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, I think in this, we need to maintain as much flexibility as possible. If we need to, extend our meeting through a continuation notice, we need to extend the meeting through a continuation notice. We need to have the time that we need to do this. We have said that we are committed to doing the best job possible for the people of California. We were alerted in advance and along the way that this might take a good bit of time at certain points in the process. And so I want us to think in terms of maintaining flexibility and putting in the time necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. I'll just jump in and share my 2 cents here. I think having some general guidelines in terms of timing would probably be helpful, just in terms of the maintenance of the meeting. And of course, we will still have our mandatory breaks, et cetera. So I think putting some loose restraints on that, and certainly if we need a little bit more time, I think we can have that level of flexibility. I'll also just raise, when we had that conversations a couple weeks ago about developing these visualizations, I think one of the variable factors that I saw was the amount of time for the presentations of the areas. And so at that point, we were receiving kind of a tour of the areas in terms of the COIs that we received. We were at times getting VRA input and looking at CVAP on maps. And I felt like in different regions that took a very long time, and in other areas it didn't take quite as much time. So I think we might need to just think through how the presentation of the visualizations will be presented, and exactly how much time that actually takes. I think in the beginning, we were kind of sitting for, I think, almost 2 hours receiving information before we began discussing. And of course, receiving that information is extraordinarily important, but then it also limits our ability to really engage. So thinking through the calibration of those presentations of the visualizations will also be an important factor in those time constraints that we might set. Are there other questions, comments from commissioners? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to piggyback on somewhat what Commissioner Sinai said. And I think it goes back to I was going back over my notes on our September 18th meeting, where we tried to do 7 zones, 33 counties, and for some reason somebody decided we would be able to do that. And I think part of it is we continue to think that the northern counties are going to be super easy, and that's not necessarily the case when you have areas that deal with the topography and deal with remote areas. That becomes difficult as well. So I think we just need to be respectful of every part of California and not say that one part is going to be more difficult than the other, because every area in California deserves the same amount of respect. And we just need to be cognizant of that when we schedule this, so that we don't try to put too much in one day, and we give each area the respect it deserves. And if we get done early that day, because maybe we did go through it quickly, that's great. But let's not try to rush through any area, be it Southern California, Northern California, Central California. They all deserve our time. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Any other comments, questions? It looks like, seeing none, I'm very excited that we are ready to do this next week. This is great. I'm seeing the enthusiasm. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I was trying to raise the button on here. My only question is, when will we get kind of the agenda or, knowing when we're looking at what, so that we can, we have to do our homework ahead of time. All of us have to do our homework ahead of time, not just the public. So do we have those dates? I know we don't have those dates because I made a request to kind of change things up. And when I'm saying change them up, I'm really I'm really saying change them up all the way around. I'm not just trying to advocate for Southern California because I'm also the lead for far north. And I would say in some ways I do think we rush far north as well. But that's why I want to give at least minimum amount of time for each region. So when will we get the timeline, or what regions we'll be talking about each day? Sorry.
No problem. The original plan was to use the same order that was used September 17th, 18th, and 19th. I think those were the dates when we discussed the initial visualizations. Given the request, I think we're going to go back and see what's possible to possibly change, and then we can release that as soon as we finalize that. One of the factors is whether or not the mappers will be ready with those visualizations, because we were anticipating keeping the same schedule. So I think we just need to make sure that they would be able to accommodate that. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I think building upon some of the comments and what was just asked right now. So I think I want to just ask this, and this is what I think I'm kind of hearing. So ideally, let's just say ideally, if it all works out, if I'm hearing it correctly, we're going to start with LA on the 4th, possibly. Is LA going to be the entire time, or are we also going to fit in another region like the remainder of Southern California? Because right now we're meeting the 4th, 5th, 6th. We have a business meeting on the 7th. So are we going to break it up by Southern California, Central California, Northern California? So the 4th, the 5th would be Central, the 6th would be Northern, and then we have our business meeting? Or are we trying to be a little bit more flexible, and are we going to use our business meeting time to also cover visualizations? So, and I'm asking this because I also heard LA would be one day, then the next day would be Southern California. Then does that mean then if the next day is Southern California on the 5th, then would Central California be the 6th, Northern California be the 7th? I think I'm just trying to figure this out in terms of what our timeframes actually are.
So a couple of thoughts. The first, the plan is for the business meeting, no visualizations would be discussed during the business meeting. That would simply be our business meeting agenda. I think from the perspective of the timeline, we would need to, I think one of the key pieces we'll need to see is the number of visualizations that are coming out for each region. I think that's one of the determining factors of exactly whether or not we can cover anything else on that first day with Los Angeles. Karen, I see you are ready to jump in here, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, commissioners. So, Commissioner Fernandez, we heard you loud and clear when we were going through Northern California in particular, with the community of interest, with the COI overview, basically. And if I may offer this suggestion, let's just use Los Angeles as an example. So, Commissioner Sinai, I did not mean to say that Los Angeles, should be treated differently than anything else. So please, if that came across that way, then I apologize, because that was certainly not what I meant to say. I guess we're just a little bit stuck on Los Angeles because we're waiting for just a lot of other information to come forth. And in some of the other areas, we can actually map without waiting for other information. So that's really what I wanted to just make clear. And Commissioner Fernandez, to your point, these regions are basically the quarter regions is what I'm talking about right now. So Los Angeles is huge. And what I would suggest is that perhaps we don't have, and this is obviously up to you, but what may work better is to not just look at every single visualization that Jamie has prepared on Monday, on our first day, but rather take one area of her region and then start with the visualizations there and start talking about those. And then go to another area of that region and talk about those visualizations so that it works a little bit more organically. And it's not like you're seeing this overload of information. So basically, it's just like visualization after visualization after visualization, hopping all over the map. And then you have to go back and try to remember, okay, what did I just look at maybe an hour ago or so, and how is that relevant? So perhaps if you might let the regional mappers guide you through that process a little bit, and then we can see how that works. Then we can do that with Northern California, for example, also. Once Kennedy comes and works with you, she might have a suggestion about where she thinks it would make sense to start. She can let you know what her suggestion is. And if that is what you agree with, then she could start with the visualizations there. You work in that area and then you work your way around. So if that might work, maybe we could try that on Monday and then just talk about it and see if that might also be a good approach for Tuesday and Wednesday. With respect to the schedule for next week, so we also have to schedule everybody. I had not asked everybody to be there the entire 3 days because we are planning on being there in person. So for next week, it might be a little bit tight because some people have to fly in. That is not, true for the Q2 team, obviously, but we also have to drive up. So we have a little bit more flexibility for Q2. What we had, the way we have people scheduled right now is that Jamie, again, is starting on Monday. And then on Tuesday, I had Tamina starting with basically Northern California coast. And then when she's done, Kennedy could take over. So depending on how long that takes, Kennedy could take over and you could start on the Northern California, Central Valley, all the way going up, doing that area. And you go as long as you want to with Kennedy. And then on the 6th, Kennedy can start and you can finalize things with Kennedy. And then John could start with Southern California and everything outside of LA. So we can be flexible and we can be there as long as you need us to. And I think these time brackets make a lot of sense. You could perhaps say, set a minimal amount of time that you're going to be spending on each region, most definitely, so that each region gets that particular amount of time and then you can expand from there. Regarding schedule, I will talk to everybody and see what is possible for the week after. We heard you, Commissioner Sinai, with that request, and the preliminary schedule that I'm looking at here was that, again, I would have Jamie start on the 13th, but I will talk to her about that, and then we were going to switch over to John on the 14th and do Southern California immediately after the Los Angeles area, basically, and that will be on the 14th then, and then have Kennedy and Tamina again 14th, 15th switch off and trade off with Northern California. So we had already planned on based on Commissioner Sinai's request, but again, I have to check with everybody and we can work that out. But I just want to say for the record, we want to be responsive to you, obviously, and we'll work these things out.
Thank you for that, Karen. Commissioner Sinai?
Just confirming, when we start last time when we did visualizations, some of us, had ideas that later, right? Those ideas that pop up when you're driving or when you're, later on. And we said, let's hold on to them till the end, that we were going to have time to go back, and we didn't even have time to really go deep into some of the areas. Yes, I will keep saying that. So as much as some visualizations have been created, if the visualizations that popped up in our head before still make sense, will we have that opportunity to share those visualizations since we're still in the sketching phase?
Yes, absolutely. Bring your ideas. And, you may see something that comes close to it already. And then, we may be able to grab that visualization and then just see if we can add or subtract from that visualization. Because, again, you're going to have something on the map, which just makes things a lot more concrete. The goal is to put these visualizations, they're kind of going to be like puzzle pieces from different puzzles. So they're not quite fitting together, right? So essentially, imagine you have 4 different puzzles of the same area. And we're going to have more than 4 puzzles of the same area, and you're trying to put them together. And then there's going to be a few puzzle pieces that are missing, but you're not really sure from which puzzle. So that's essentially where we're going to be next week. And we'll try to narrow things down to a point where we can try to at least get to a version of various versions of like one puzzle, for that particular area. So we'll put some things together because we need to move slowly but steadily toward a statewide map. And so that's where we're at right now. It's an interesting process, and I can't wait, honestly. I'm really excited about it.
Thank you. I might also just add, if we don't have time to go, if we've generally finished an area for that day and we don't have time to go back to it during that week, I know, Commissioner Sinai, you're the fan of the Post-it notes, right? So it's okay to jot them down. We're doing this week by week by week. So if we don't have time that week, you can always bring those ideas next week, right? And we can try and incorporate them then. I knew it. I knew you did. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Okay, I'm just going to keep asking the obvious questions more, partly because I think I just want to make sure I'm clear, but partly also because I'm also thinking about members of the public who may also have some of the similar questions. So timing-wise, I'm thinking about, Karen, what you were saying, that with the line drawers, you don't necessarily, you didn't exactly say you don't want to show all the visualizations, but going through all the visualizations. But those are the things that I think we do need to see. And then given the time that we have, we got all these multiple maps that we have to do. I was just kind of imagining when you were just talking right now, it's kind of like a backwards Jenga game, like instead of like taking it apart, we're trying to put it together, like all those multiple pieces at the same time. I guess if again, going back to just like how this is all going to work out, are you going to just show like the assembly visualizations, the congressional district visualizations, the state? Are we at that point yet, or are you just looking at just like big areas of potential districts? Because I think for me, it's easier. Yesterday, I think we did this, like we were looking at assembly lines, and then all of a sudden we switched to congressional lines, and then back to, I think, assembly. And it was just getting confusing because, I was also hearing, take a visual picture of this, a mental picture of this, and then remember, and then all of a sudden we're on Congress. I'm like, wait, this is different. This doesn't make sense. And so since we're kind of being asked to really look at so many different puzzle pieces, I think making sure that we stay with the like would be helpful. Like if we're going to talk about assembly, let's just talk about assembly. If we're going to talk about Congress, let's talk about Congress and not mix those visualizations up. But I'm also just thinking, just what you were describing about the scheduling of the line drawers. You said Jamie, and I think is she going to be like Southern California or LA? It just sounds like there's a lot of, yeah. And then you said, then you're going to jump up to the NorCal coast, and then you're going to be Central Valley, and then it sounds like back to Southern California. So as we move through each week, are we going back like rinse and repeat, because we make all these like little changes and then back again the next week doing the same order kind of thing? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing that correctly. Okay, so I'm going to say this now. I was going to wait till later, but I think I'm going to say this now. I am kind of curious. As much as I love meeting you all in person, I'm just also wondering if there would be some efficiency in holding next week as just an all Zoom meeting. So.
Okay. Well, we can think about the
Yeah.
Zoom meeting. I think the plan was for a hybrid, and it's up to everyone if they want to be in person or not. But we can. I see Alvaro has a smirk on his face on that one. I'm going to stick to the order at this point. Commissioner Sinai, did you have another comment? Okay, no problem. And Commissioner Kutagawa, were you?
Yeah, and I think I only say that because I was also hearing what Karen was saying about the scheduling of people. I'm also keeping in mind, what Commissioner Kennedy said. The way I translated it is that, we've been fortunate in some sense. We've had maybe one, maybe two really, really late meetings where we've had to go really long beyond our scheduled time. But what I was also hearing is that if we do need to do that, we should be planning for that. And I'm just wondering, we could do it easily in person, but if half the group is, or some of the group, because I think some people are not going to be available in person next week, I'm just thinking, would we be able to enable better participation by having it by Zoom? We'll be together in LA the following week after that, and it seems like, I know people want to stay together, but I'm also just thinking, just from a time efficiency point of view. Also, I want to just also throw out that if we do need the time, should we be adding another day to these visualizations? Because I think we need to be spending the time now, not in November, which, looking at the proposed calendar, we're going to be working every single day, but maybe we should also be looking at some of the weekends in October too, so that we can make sure that we're constantly doing the iterating that we need to do. So that's the other thought that I want to throw out there.
I don't think we would be able to agendize another day for next week at this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's absolutely, that's going to have to be a part of the census timeline conversation that we can certainly discuss. Karin, did you want to respond at all to some of the questions Commissioner Akutagawa had raised?
Yes, thank you. If I may, Commissioner Akutagawa, I'm very sorry if I gave you the impression that not all of the visualizations will be shown. They will all be shown. I was just suggesting that we perhaps may want to not show them all at the beginning and then you have to go back, but rather just kind of show them by area of the region that we're talking about, because I think that might just facilitate a better conversation and might be a little bit more digestible. I also wanted to clarify that we're not yet at the what I call a plan. So a plan would be Assembly plan, Senate plan, Congressional plan. We're not there yet. We're moving toward that. These are really small pieces, and you can explore which pieces may fit into one of the plans. So that's something we can discuss, and then we can note that. And so basically, we're steadily moving toward that, but I don't see that coming up. That's definitely not going to happen next week. And then again, I was actually thinking about this idea that Commissioner Sinai had earlier about, if you go to like banking time, let's say, and then going back to a particular time, if there is an option for the regional line drawers to come back remotely on another day, then that could potentially be done. Because right now I'm really just concerned about scheduling people and making sure that they can be physically present. But if we can also do some sort of a hybrid thing, if we have to go back, then they're basically available remotely to do additional work, then that would obviously be easier to facilitate on our end. But again, we can talk about that offline.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. Yeah, I want to bring up the point that, and Commissioner Sinai said, if we have our ideas, when do we share them? I really want everyone to share them. I was actually anticipating that we are doing, as Karin had said, like you start in LA, you start in a section of LA. And remember, we actually said, well, okay, you could do it this way or you could do it that way. Visualizations will be seeing, okay, if we try to, incorporate, like I can think of a few areas that we had, well, this city, we've had 3 different people say different things. Like, I want city A and B together, but not city C. And people said, I want B and C together, but not A. And then somebody said, I want A, B, and C together. So the visualizations will be looking at those with population numbers in them. Do any of those work? Oh, you can't put A, B, and C together. That visualization's out. And that's what we're kind of looking at. Now, but you might be able to keep A, B, and C not in an assembly district, but it would fit in a congressional. And that's what we'll be kind of doing. So at this point, when we look at a section and we start, like, say, in the northwest part of it or whatever, if you have an idea that you think, hey, well, what about that? Please, everybody, bring it up. Don't wait till later, because time is of the essence. If you have an idea, raise that old hand and say, well, what if we don't put A together, but we put B, C, and D together? And that might make everything fit. So if you have an idea, don't, just kind of wait. write it down and raise that hand because, that's when the time to do it. What we don't want to have happen is, I really didn't like putting A and B together ever, but I waited until November to say it. It's like, no, please, if you don't like an idea, bring it up now.
Great, thank you. Any final questions, comments, concerns on this topic in preparation for next week? Okay, so we're actually up against a break. Typically, we wouldn't take that break until 11. However, since we're at a kind of a natural pause in this conversation, I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and take our break now, a little early. We'll have 15 minutes. We will come back at 11 a.m. And pick up the playbook conversation and finish that off. Karen, I know we didn't ask you to be available all morning long, but I know that there was some interest if you happen to be available and would be able to join us back at 11, just as we finish up that playbook conversation, if you are available, I think it would be really helpful. Does that sound good to everybody? All right, so we will see you back here at 11. Thank you and welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We had just finished a conversation with Karen McDonald regarding what to expect and some guidance for preparing for next week's October 4th, 5th, and 6th meetings to discuss our first visualizations. We're coming back now and we will head back to our conversation about the playbook. Again, this is under agenda item number 4 from subcommittee reports, and the mapping playbook headed by Commissioners Yee and Turner. Commissioner Yee?
Thank you, Chair. Since we have Karen with us, I'm going to suggest that we hop over to the attachment number 1, since she was the prime mover on that one. And so any questions we might have for her would be convenient to bring up with her present with us. And then we'll go back to the main outline. I know there were a couple of questions in line for that. So why don't we take a look at the attachment number 1. And this has to do with the question of whether or not to look at the 2011 maps, right? A question that's come up several times. And we're not required to. There's actually no statutory requirement to try to preserve the 2011 districts or even consider them. But there are good reasons to do so nonetheless. So let's take a look at the attachment. And from a legal liability standpoint, the main consideration here is, as we do look at the 2011 districts, how to do so without the appearance, or even the appearance of the appearance, of trying to favor existing office holders or potential candidates or political parties. As you look at existing districts, of course, they're held by certain people now, So how to consider them without considering office holders and candidates and parties. So, so you've all looked at this already. The first section, Section A, just some look back on the 2010 process and what they did with the districts they inherited from 2000. And the VRA Section 5 considerations they looked at, and so forth. And well, I should pause there. Any comments on Section A? Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, how do I do this? Thank you for this document. I did review it all, and I think I've voiced my preference in the past that we are an independent commission and we are redrawing lines. We're not editing existing lines or amending existing lines. So my preference, my overwhelming preference, is to start with a clean slate. And so this document obviously goes opposite of what I would like to do. And I think my concern with the document is that it's very one-sided in terms of why we should use the existing versus, I saw nothing in terms of why not, or I guess the pros and cons, there was only one side of it. So I feel that it's I don't have the other side. And for me personally, like I've always said, I just feel that every 10 years it's a new independent commission. And yes, we did receive feedback from people saying keep my district lines together, but I just view that, okay, that's their COI, is the district lines. I think that's probably where I'm going to stop right now. But thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a good thought. And as we go into the considerations, I think you'll see it's basically on we'll look at the 2011 districts on an as-needed basis. You know, we don't start there. We don't start there every time. We start there when we don't even necessarily start there ever, but we do take a look on an as-needed basis. So, but it perhaps would be good to add some consideration about when not to or why not to, or make it clear your concerns, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. We've brought up the VRA Section 5 several times, and we've been told, we don't have to comply by it. But I think it was Commissioner Fernashari who last meeting said, we want to make sure that that's the bare minimum, that Section 5, even though legally the Supreme Court says we haven't, we want to still make sure that those communities who benefited from Section 5, but we haven't had that conversation. So you may be saying no, but we haven't had that conversation as a commission on how do we ensure that, the conversation around Section 5. We're just saying we don't have to do it and that's it. But there were reasons why certain counties in California were under Section 5.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Karin, you have some thoughts, and perhaps you could even address that particular question as well if you feel comfortable doing so.
Yeah, thank you so much. If that's okay, I would like to address Commissioner Fernandez's comment about the way that the document, came across. I just wanted to say that was not my intention. This document wasn't really drafted to advocate one way or another. It was really just to say, not looking at them at all might not be possible because people are referencing the lines. And if you're looking to figure out what that input is that people are giving you, then you inevitably will probably be looking at the lines. Doesn't mean you have to keep the lines. It's just that when people are referencing them, either by saying those lines were awful or those lines were good, then essentially you inevitably will probably be taking them into consideration. So that was really the entire intent of this document, was under which circumstances might you want to look at the lines. And I am not advocating that you keep them or that you don't keep them. I'm not advocating anything. It's really just to say that this is a reference point, and these are the situations where you may be using that particular reference. So I hope that made it a little bit more clear.
Yes, thank you, Karin.
Actually, I'm thinking, since we have Fred Wucher here from our VRA Council, I wonder if he might have a thought on Section 5 and why we would or wouldn't have any language about that in this playbook. Yeah.
Sure. Wrong button. Okay. Yeah. So there's I guess there's two concerns here. There's a technical element about Section 5 not applying anymore. And Section 5 was, as you know, in some ways a relic of keeping historical discrimination patterns from or discrimination remedies from being changed in any way that might retrogress the status of the minorities. And California does have a few areas where there are still legitimate concerns with respect to discrimination in that regard. There are some other areas which frankly were, as I say, relics of, at the time this was adopted, we had certain military bases that were causing certain areas to be within Section 5 coverage, which really no longer exists as a concern because those bases have been closed. And yet Section 5 still would apply to those areas as long as there was no attempt to get out from under them. So there are some practical reasons why the concerns that motivated some of the districts being drawn in conjunction with Section 5 and having to maintain those districts essentially in perpetuity over decades and decades may no longer apply. We have to see on a factual basis how that plays out in those areas. And so as much as we would certainly want to commit to maintaining as much as possible the same rationale for why Section 5 was there, that is to not get to a situation where we're retrogressing with respect to minority progress and minority opportunities, it may impose false constraints in some way, in some areas that don't really make sense anymore, and that the district and the minority populations in those districts would be better served by not having to maintain those prior Section 5 mandated districts, and that you get a better result now under Section 2. So it's really a fact-based thing, and we may get, when we look at some of these visualizations, we may be able to highlight those places for you and show you why that's the case. But so as a legal matter, clearly Section 5 doesn't any longer require these districts to be preserved. And as a practical good policy matter, it may well be that you, in making your decisions, decide that you are better off drawing lines that are not constrained by Section 5. So that, I think, would be the overriding message that we would like to present as what you think about as you go through the process.
Perhaps if I could float an example, you can check me to see if this would apply. So for instance, let's say there's a region that's 59% Latino, and you try to apply a non-retrogression standard. That would mean you need to keep it at least 59%, which might constitute packing in that case. You might be wasting, quote unquote, Latino votes by trying to keep them all in that district rather than spreading them to another district.
Yes, and as I say, we have to look at these on a case-by-case basis and a factual basis. But yeah, I mean, the populations have shifted dramatically in some of these areas over that time period, and even certainly from 20 years ago when they were first created and then maintained in the last go-round, but even in the last 10 years. So I don't know if Karin has anything to add to that, but certainly that would be our analysis as a legal matter.
Commissioner Anderson, did you have a question? Oh, am I off camera? Oops. Okay.
You actually kind of covered it. I was going to try to do an actual number similar to, if you don't need the 59%, you're actually packing. So by not having Section 5, you can actually do the intent of the law without having to follow the letter of the law. And it actually gives us more flexibility. Particularly in you have to keep this district looking exactly the way it is. That means you can't shift it a little bit to actually accommodate a better representation. So I think we can actually, so your example was great. Thank you, Commissioner Yee.
Okay, anything else on Section A? All these different sections. Section A. Okay, then let's move to Section B then. So list of 5 situations where, on an as-needed basis, we might consult the 2011 maps to the point where we're just discussing Section 5 regions that were covered by Section 5 in 2011.
Commissioner Yee,
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just had one quick comment on Section A for the VRA Section 5.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, do we want to put in there that anything, because the way I read it was that we're just dismissing it, and and I don't want, it doesn't read the way the explanation that was given to us was, that we will look, that we will be spending some time on those regions. We are going, it's not like, I'm hoping that the line drawers and everyone will say, this used to be a former VRA, a Section 5 county, but let us show you what it is now. I mean, I don't want us to be part of I want us to lead by example for other parts of the country that really do need to do this as well. So I don't want it just to be ignoring that Section 5. So if there's some way that we can put some wording in there, it may not be practical, it might not, something, I don't know, something that doesn't say we're just throwing it out, but that we will, I don't know the right wording, so I'm not saying anything out loud because I know legal will kick me under the table. So I'm staying very quiet right now because Anthony's right next to me. So can I just add? Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm getting it.
I'm babbling.
Yeah.
Let me just put it this way. Can you all please put something in there that's reflective of that we do have respect for Section 5?
Right. That we would. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, I lost order. I lost my place. Actually, we're on Section B now. Yeah. B as in boy, and moving into the 5 situations where we might indeed consider the 2011 maps. So number B1, of course, when those existing districts have been mentioned in COI input, which they have been many times, people liking their districts, not liking their districts, and so forth. Numbers 2 and 3 actually go together, basically using the rationale behind the current lines as data to inform our work, looking at the final report from 2011, the rationale and description of each district, and then also using the existing districts to bridge any data gaps that we encounter as we do our work. Number 4, RPV analysis, of course, done on past elections, which depends on past election districts. So we'll have to be cognizant of those districts as we digest the RPV analysis. And then number 5, which is very subtle. This is the extra credit one. If you're in a Senate district that was not up for election in the past election, and then we move the lines on you, because the Senate is not elected every election, right? They're staggered. So we then move the lines on you, so you're not up in this election, then your senator might not be up for election 6 years running, right? And so to be aware of areas or regions where that might be the case, and to use that as one consideration for moving a line this way or that. That's sometimes called Senate deferral, I think. Okay, so a limited number of situations where on an as-needed basis we would consider the 2011 districts, and doing so without favoring or disfavoring any candidate, office holder, or party. Okay, any discussion on those or any questions for Karin? Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Commissioner He. Just one thing on the, what number is it? I think it's in the 2 and 3. One thing I do know is in terms of the reports of why certain districts were made certain ways, one thing to consider is, which Commissioner Lakutagawa and I found out in our Area G, one line was drawn because of a particular connection, and they made this huge deal about, that, well, the land, it might look like this, but actually it's all owned by someone else, and that's why the lines were drawn in a different particular area. And it's not at all obvious unless you go back and actually read the report. So it really is interesting to go back and the particulars of why certain districts were made certain ways, which this reminded me of, and particularly because it moving a line a little bit might seem good because of a COI you've just heard, but there could be other history which no one said anything about because the lines were already there. So as soon as you move it, you might get an enormous amount of changes and calls in, which if you'd gone back and actually read why certain lines were certain places in 2011 or 2010, you wouldn't necessarily do that. So sorry, everyone, we have a little bit more homework, but really go back and have a look at the particulars on some of those areas. Some of it's just communities of interest which shift, but some of it is like physical landmarks or park boundaries, things like that.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. So I was with Commissioner Fernandez, where I just kept, even when people ask, I actually did a presentation to Congressional District 53. And so they said, okay, so what happens to us? And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, we're Congressional District 53. I'm like, oh, okay. And so I always said, so we know for the congressional districts that we start from, but I've always been an advocate of starting from clean for the same reasons that Commissioner Fernandez has. I liked what you presented. I think this helped me understand why. I do not like number 3. And I think number 3, for so many, that whole bridging the data gap, let's be honest, I'm going to go back to my little diatribe from yesterday, but the 2010 Commission's number 1 regret was they didn't have enough data. They didn't have, and as much as we may say that, that people didn't come out, we had some really, I'm really proud of who did come out and the people that came, especially in San Diego, when I tell people that, we've heard from a lot of San Diego, we haven't heard from the north part of the city, downtown and north. That is unheard of. Usually they're the first ones out. So I do feel that there was positives on COVID. I don't like number 3 because we're saying they knew more than we know now. And I think it's time for us to say, you know what? We know a heck of a lot. And there's others in the community where we can get that information that know more than the 2010 Commission did. And I'm still going to stand by the fact that reports written by United Ways, community foundations, chambers of commerce, local universities are great resources. I mean, I know when I first got, when Commissioner Ahmad and I first got partnered, I sent her right away a report on refugees and immigrants that I had just gotten around COVID. And I'm like, here you go. There's information out there that you're not going to get in any other way. So I don't like number 3.
Commissioner Sinai, I'm wondering if, the second line there, the contemporary record, I mean, that I think was intended to include such things, but maybe could be more clear, or maybe not. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Almost pressed the wrong button. This is really more a question of curiosity because I found point number 5 pretty interesting and about the renumbering and from what in your considerations and all that, what are some of the thoughts that we should keep in mind to try to minimize the impact? And is there a way to make it so that maybe this is one of those puzzle pieces, it's just not possible, but is it possible to avoid impacting Californians in a way that they would have to wait 6 years to be able to vote in their senator? That was the one that really caught my interest.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Yes, I believe the Senate is elected alternately odd and even. Is that right? Yeah. And perhaps we could ask Karen to, she has her hand up, can the expert to weigh on this.
Hello again. Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Akutagawa. So I wanted to clarify that the deferral is done at the end once you've drawn your lines. So it's not really, it doesn't really factor into where the lines go. It's once you have your lines drawn as best as possible, then you would look at the report of who used to be in an odd district, who used to be in an even district, and then decide the numbering based on, deferring the least number of people so that the most number of people are able to stick to their regular election calendar. If that wasn't clear in here, then I apologize for that. So it's essentially, this is what you do at the very end, and then you can make that particular decision. Please let me know if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Yes, my only comment was I did want to echo what Commissioner Sinai said regarding 3 bridging data gaps. A lot happens in 10 years, and I don't think we're going to have time to validate or verify that whatever reasons 2010 had to do a certain line. I think if there's gaps, we just build it, because we know once we build it, we'll receive comment. And I'd rather it be our lines than say, well, that's what 2010 did. So I also have an issue with number 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I wanted to perhaps ask Commissioner Sinai and if not Fernandez, what exact wording would make this document comfortable for them short of removing this? Because the intent in the writing of the document, I think what I read in the document in several places is in consideration in certain circumstances, if there is a gap, until additional information and input has been received. So I think it's written in a way that says there are allowances for sure for us to use contemporary documents, new research, all of that given time. And where there is not, here are some other things that could possibly be considered and just a justification or rationale for why we may go back and look at something. I'm a clean slater too. That's exactly what I would want to do. And then I was really grateful for this document because it helped me understand why this could be beneficial and why it would be necessary for us to reference. And so with that said, starting out at the top, how current lines could help inform, I think it's still a strong document. It could inform us. And I don't think any of these words negate what the request is, but because there is the repeated concern, it feels like there should be maybe additional lines, and maybe not even here, because this is still reasons why it could be helpful. Maybe it's back on the other document to add in as our policy. We're going to, where possible, utilize current contemporary information. We're going to, whatever that needs, wherever that needs to be, we can add that in. And it won't negate this. This still says that this could be helpful, and here's reasons that we may want to consider what was done and why, based on all of the testimony that was given, why we have to consider the previous lines if we're going to utilize the COI testimony that was received, or we're going to throw it out and say it doesn't make any sense to us because there's no lines there, right? So I think it's a valid document, and I just would look for kind of direction, perhaps onto our other mapping document that says, so that there's comfort with commissioners that we're not, we hear you what you're saying, but where should it go so that you're comfortable?
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner
Did you want me to
Fernandez?
respond?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
And I'm not going to speak for commissioners tonight because we could be coming from completely different areas. We're going to have gaps regardless. We're not going to hear from every area. And my opinion is, let's own it from the beginning and go from there. So I think that's where I'm coming from. And I would, and as you mentioned, maybe bridging the gaps doesn't go in this document, it goes in the other document. But yes, you were going to have gaps, and let's just deal with it as 2020 on our initially, because we're going to have to deal with it at the end. Yeah, so, but thank you very much. And yes, it's a great document, and I do appreciate, I was thinking, oh, it must have been really late last night when I missed the first part, how you could use it. So I do apologize for that part. It was late when we got back. But so thank you for that. And it does open me a little bit for looking at the existing maps. So thank you for that information. And thank you for accepting or listening to us.
Okay, any more thoughts on the attachment
want
number
me to
1 as a
speak to it?
whole, or any part of it, or any other questions for Karen?
Commissioner Yee, can I speak to it as well? Patricia.
I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner, I didn't see that.
Yeah, no, I read it this morning, and I did read it as these may be ways to do it. I will be honest, my fear is that we will go first. I don't want us to go first to 2010. And the way I read this, and even when you read it to me again, even though it has contemporary, I still feel we'll go first to 2010 because contemporary data is going to be harder to find. So I keep rereading it, and I do have a headache, so I apologize. Maybe my head's not working well, but I can't figure out exactly how to change it, so I don't feel like we'll use it as I hate to say it, but as that's the easiest response. When we have a gap, we have this document, and we can all say, hey, we have this document, let's just go to 2010. And I don't want us to make it that easy.
I hear you. Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for saying that. I think I just wanted to just say that I had some of that same feeling, but then it's kind of like as I read through the document too, I also had the other feeling. So I just wanted to acknowledge what you're saying. It could be. It could be that it's going back up to the beginning of the document where it speaks about 2011, and maybe that's where the tweaks need to be. It's just acknowledging that, it's acknowledging what they did, but at the same time, maybe putting something in that's a lot more explicit that we're just acknowledging what they did, but we're not going to necessarily follow or be guided by what they did. Maybe that's what it is, because I understand what you're saying. But later on in the document, I didn't get that feeling, so I don't think it was intentional or anything.
I completely agree, and I remember I did start this whole conversation by saying I was completely from don't look at 2010 maps because it'll bias us, and I didn't say the word bias, but I do think it would bias us, to saying this really opened my eyes, so thank you. Having said all that, 3 is still the one. Everything else I totally got, but 3 was still the one that I kept going back to and going, no, I can't figure it out. So I just leave it at that.
I think I had the opposite reaction, though. It was in Section A that I had that strongest reaction. And that's where maybe we just need to put a little bit of a caveat saying that, we're acknowledging this, but we're not going to be necessarily starting from this place, if that helps.
Okay, anything else on the playbook attachment 1? Okay, if not, we thank Karen McDonald, as always, for her expertise, and you're welcome to stay, Karen, or move on to other things, if you have anything else to do today.
Yeah, thank you so much. Going on vacation now.
See you when you get back. Okay, we can return to the main outline, or is there time for that?
I'm sorry, which main outline is it?
The playbook outline itself. We had a few more trailing questions.
Got
on
it.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. And then I would just offer also, Commissioner Yee, if you want a motion to, to approve this document as amended, or if you'd like to bring this back in a future meeting to adopt. But I'll leave that to you to decide.
I don't know. Commissioner Turner, what are you thinking? There seems quite a few edits.
I would say it's at the comfort level of the commission. I did get all of the notes, and I didn't think any of them were problematic to add in.
We are still awaiting the third part of the playbook, which is the complete line drawing phases plan. We've actually discussed that at quite some length, but it's still not complete. So maybe we should wait till it's all done.
Okay, sounds good. We can anticipate perhaps some time on October 7th to finalize that.
Okay.
Okay, so back to the playbook proper, and before the break, I believe Commissioners Sinai and Fernandez had thoughts. I don't know if those thoughts are still with us.
You might regret this, but I did write them down, so
All
they
right.
are with us.
Very good.
The first thing I wanted to say is I really appreciated the map requirement document that was drafted, and I really feel that that needs to be prominent on our website. So if there's a way, and also it would be interesting if we can do kind of a social media, just to inform the public of what a lot of those requirements were when the time is appropriate. Not the timeline, what is it called, Anthony? The one that you created, the map requirements, where it goes through all the laws and stuff. And, we had heard them several times, and the Public Input Design Committee, poor Commissioner Fornashari put it together on his own at one point, just pulling out, reading different documents. And this one was, it was really good. And I think the public would really benefit, not from having to search for it. That's the one pain of our website is you're like, I know we talked about this and something was approved, but we don't have a place on our website where we put documents once they're approved so that everybody can go find them instead of going into the meetings. So I did want to bring that up, that I think that we need to figure, that needs to be something that is really prominent wherever we are so people know where we're, what we're working off of. I'm sorry? It was I think it's called Map Requirements. It's one of the handouts, and it just talks about all the legal requirements. And I really do recommend that we printed out and put it in our handbook, that, the handbook that was never filled, that was sent to us. The other one, we bring up deviation, and I understand we want to be at 0%. Are we never, but we're not talking about, I know that there was conversations last time kind of 0% is almost 0% possible. And so, I don't want us to feel like we're failing right away. And I know that they had, that it's, sometimes there's conversations of plus or minus 1%. And then some people are concerned with the way that the census data has been created this time, that it's going to be hard to do plus or minus 1%. And I don't know all the arguments, right? I'm just saying things I've read and haven't dug into. So I'm just wondering, are we ever going to have that conversation? Because I don't feel comfortable approving a document that I know we're not going to successfully achieve. Why don't I just stop there and let other people, and then I'll swing back in if those questions aren't asked.
Thank you, Commissioner Snai. Mr. Lucher, I don't know, this is not specifically a VRA matter, but the deviation, is that something you might comment on now?
Yeah, I think we had discussed this at one point before. There's two different standards that are set out in the memo there for the congressional and the rest of the districts. Our advice has been that you not set any kind of arbitrary deviation that you are prepared to live with or not live with. The whole notion of deviation is that it is where there is flexibility, and there's more flexibility obviously in the state districts than in the congressional districts. Where there is flexibility, it's there because there are other factors that require a deviation from strict equality. But the objective should always be strict equality. And then you may not be able to achieve that well if you want to achieve, for example, compliance with the Voting Rights Act or certainly the other factors. And we think that setting any kind of arbitrary number in advance takes away from the principle that you are going to actually try to achieve zero. But it's not a failure if you don't achieve zero. It's anticipated that you're not going to achieve zero because you have all these other factors that you have to bring into play. And, we may get to a point where there are really strong reasons to have a 5% deviation in some place. And that doesn't apply to anywhere else. And so it just doesn't seem to make sense to us to set any objective goal prior to actually getting into the line drawing process and seeing on a case-by-case basis what is necessary to achieve all of the factors and compliance that you require. Does that help?
Yes and no. So when it comes to this document, though, that's not what we're saying. And so I'd like to, I know that, I know we've talked about this, but sometimes it's going to take us more than once to hear something for it to click. But also, if you have a document like this, we could put that in that document so it clicks better for us as well. And so even I liked what you said. We're not, the arbitrary, we don't want to set an arbitrary number because that may prevent us from getting to zero. Again, it's like kind of what I said before, the easiest way out would be going to the old, the 2010 maps, and kind of what we're saying is if we put a number in there, then we don't push ourselves enough to maybe get to that zero, is what I interpreted.
No, I don't think that's what I was saying
Okay.
necessarily. In fact, I think the
Then
opposite.
I'm
I
not
read the document as saying zero ought to be your objective, but you don't have to get to zero if there are other factors that suggest otherwise. What I'm suggesting is no, if you set, it is almost the opposite. If you set an arbitrary number that says we are going to make it plus or minus 2 for every district, that is essentially constraining you in a way from fulfilling your other obligations to make sure that these other factors are met, like Voting Rights Act compliance, because in certain districts, in certain situations, you're going to want to be over 2 in order to satisfy these others. So far from saying that, I'm saying that you should disregard the others. It is precisely in order to give you the maximum flexibility to allow all the considerations to be taken into account that you shouldn't set yourself any kind of arbitrary range. You should just keep shooting for 0, and then on a case-by-case basis, you can determine whether or not more or less is required.
So, Mr. Woucher, we've heard in the past, for the assembly districts, for instance, plus or minus 5% is considered a rule of thumb or safe harbor or other language. So that's something to keep in mind, but not to hold ourselves to.
Exactly.
So forth. Yeah.
Exactly. You want to have that in the back of your head, and we will be there to remind you if we think you are straying from a deviation that we think may be difficult to defend. But even that is, it's a safe harbor, but it's not a strict result. If it turns out there's a really good reason to go to a 12% deviation between the highest and smallest, that can be justified, perhaps. Mm-hmm. But it's so specific dependent upon what you see on the ground and when you draw these lines that can't. But yeah, as a general rule of thumb, you can have in the back of your mind the notion that, we don't have to start killing ourselves to bring a deviation from 3% down to 2% if we think this is really where we wanted to draw the lines for other reasons.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. Commissioner Forrest-Shari, you want to jump the line? Is that okay? If that's sure. Okay.
I'm line jumping.
We're all about lines here, yeah.
So this is what I want to talk about too, but I'm wondering from a practical standpoint, as we give direction to our line drawing team, do we want to, initially set sort of a wide parameter range, please try to stay within this as we're drawing districts and then narrow it down? Or, because help me understand how we get to the end point.
I think the line drawers will have to speak to this issue better than I can in terms of what constraints it puts on them and their ability to give you the information you need and to prepare lines. I think they are aware, like we all are, of the objective of trying to get everything as equal as possible. But they're also aware that in drawing these lines, they obviously don't want to give you something that they know is going to be problematic. And so I think from our discussions with them is they're aware of the safe harbor, they're aware of the general principles, and they're aware of the notion that there needs to be some flexibility and variation to, So I don't know that they need more direction than that from you guys to say, when you come at us with a first cut, please make everything no more than 2, even if you're shooting for 0. I guess that's a question, better directed to them. It's a legal matter, obviously, that, we don't have much to add on that.
Okay, I think Commissioner Fernandez was next in line from before the break. Commissioner Anderson, if we could go in that order. Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah. Wow. Everyone's jumping here. What's going on? I'll just say a little bit about the standard deviation. I think yesterday, Commissioner Turner, I believe somebody said we're going to add some language to that when it says when it doesn't conflict with other criteria. So that kind of does boast it a little bit. And then also, I think it's up to all of us to watch the standard deviation, because if the initial districts that we're drawing, they're all under, then at some point, that means that some district's going to have to be huge. So I think we'll probably there's a lot of numbers people and statistical people in here, so I think we'll be able to figure that piece out. But that's really not why I raised my hand. Anyway, just for this document on section 6, just some of the more, I don't want to, challenges that we had, I just want to make sure we document them all. We had broadband issues. We're all doing, our unemployment's high. So I really want to point out what some of the priorities for Californians may not be redistricting right now. We've got broadband issues. We've got unemployment is high, business closures, working from home, teaching your kids from home, dealing with your kids at home, which is so positive, distance learning, and homelessness. There's so many issues that 2010 did not have to contend with. They had to contend with some of that, but just the mere fact of everything being virtual and all of these other issues that we've noted, I just want to make sure that we try to capture as much as possible. Yes. Thank you again for putting this together.
Got this. Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. actually back on the deviation, basically, remember when the line drawers are showing us stuff, when they actually start, hey, we're putting a district together, we're going to draw this, right there in the corner it's going to say what these deviations are. And they will say, anytime it's above 5, say, well, it's too big. They weren't, their plan is not to show us anything over 5. Anything though, but they're leading with other criteria. The visualizations, like some of those, they'll actually say, like, we'll get the right away. Can we keep Long Beach together? They'll be looking at, oops, here are the numbers. No, you can't, or yes, you can. So we don't actually have to have our slide rules out or anything like that. It'll be on the visualization for us. So, but what I wanted to actually come back to is in moving down. So there's equal population on the VRA compliance. That's fine. But in D, the communities of interest, cities and county lines, we have down here number C, current state election districts will be considered. That is not a criteria. That's a consideration. And I'd like to move that out of the criteria and put it in 5, some general principles. And that's when we can refer to this document. Well, that is the document. And then we can state in there about when, in certain conditions, we will be referring to the existing lines. But it's not a criteria. So I don't want it in under, criteria, because it's a consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Let me think about that, because, for instance, letter B is not a criteria either under that standard. There's no statutory requirement to consider census designated places, but we're putting that in.
And
yeah.
Again, and thank you for that. That also, I'd like to stick to just the criteria here, because again, if this goes public, we want to kind of stick to what the criteria actually are. And if there are explanations, maybe we'll put it under the general principles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's good. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson, under D, the cities, counties, city and county, the exact language, local neighborhoods, local communities of interest. And then there's parens there that says, note that the below sub-criteria of governmental units and communities of interest are not ranked within this criterion. But to your point, that paren could easily be missed, and you're suggesting that they be moved to a general section area?
Or maybe adding language, so letter B starts off non-statutory. Maybe letter C, we just insert that kind of language as well to make it clear.
Or you can just say for, considerations on this, see different location. This is, because you have sub-criteria.
Okay, we'll give some thought to that.
Thank you. But it's a great document.
It's getting greater and greater.
Lots of good considerations.
Great response.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thanks. I was kind of on the same one, D, 2D1B, that just to make it clear, and it's more for the public and others, we won't be using school districts unless a school district, for instance, submitted a COI. Could we ask to see school districts if we're struggling, and that may make a difference? Because having been a school board member, I still feel that school districts should all be COIs, and I wish school districts would submit them because they do cross city lines and they are so huge in so many different ways. Can we request it if we're struggling? It's okay to request it.
Absolutely. I think that would be covered under 2, communities of interest, letter I.
2(1)B, yeah.
Or I, just helpful to
Okay.
seek other info, yeah.
So community, if you're school board members or school superintendents, please think of submitting your communities of interest.
Please, yes.
For 2A, I'm sorry, I numbered everything, but I'm trying. So I just want us to be careful, because we talked about this yesterday about race and ethnicity, and that if we're not using it kind of for the RPV analysis, that it can be a community of interest, but but we can't use just race at that point, because that can get us into trouble. But because of our historical discriminatory laws, many neighborhoods, many of the communities that are non-white were forced to live in certain places, and that was set up that way, and and it became cultural. They did open their stores, they did open their markets, they did open their faith-based communities, they did create the festivals and all the things that we heard about. And some people mentioned it and some didn't. Some just said we're a predominantly Latino community or we're predominantly that. But I don't want us to throw out a COI that didn't specifically talk about their community, about their using the wording of social interest or their economic interest, because to them, telling us they were 50% Black was telling us of their social interests, because we know historically what laws were in place that created some of these communities. And I want to put that out there, and maybe every time we talk about it, we have to remind ourselves of that. So then we're not just looking at it as race, but we're saying, look, this was a red line district, and therefore we know, or whatever it is we need to say, so that we're not just looking at racial context. But I don't want us to throw out COIs because the individual who called us did not bring up the social or economic interest.
Yes. In fact, I think that was mentioned yesterday, the degree to which sometimes race and culture, overlap, or even, yeah. So.
Well, yesterday we were told that if we were not looking at RPV, that we could look at it as a COI, but we want to be careful that we're not just looking at race. And what I want to push back is, if someone is telling us that their community is predominantly Latino, they're probably also telling us things that we didn't, and I know we're not supposed to infer and all those things, but we didn't go deeper asking them questions either. And so just to be careful.
Sure.
And then I wanted to ask on 2B, I'm just taking, since I'm on the 2s, on 2B, we're not supposed to take political, candidates or parties. We got a lot of COIs that were blatant political, and then we got a lot of COIs that were veiled political. But how are we as a group listening to those COIs? Are we tossing them out if they said, hey, we're conservative and we want to stay conservative, or we're Mr. Smiths, we're in congressional member Smiths and we want to stay there? Are we tossing those out, or are we just listening to them still as a COI who wants to stay together?
Any thoughts? I was wondering that myself. I remember one was, I'm in somebody's district, take me out.
Trust me, as having done presentations in 53, they're like, can we tell you who to take? I'm like, no.
Commissioner Sadmani.
Thank you. I don't feel comfortable putting myself into the position to judge what constitutes a political testimony and what doesn't. Even the term political can be broadly used. A community's desire for enhanced political power seems pretty okay, but it's also political. So to me, all testimony is valid. Nothing gets thrown out. As 14 members, we are here to use our best judgment in reviewing this testimony, as well as looking at the factual data and considerations that are in front of us, weighing the multiple criteria, right? I don't think throwing out COI or even engaging in thinking about what COI is better or worse necessarily behooves us, because I think as we get into this process, we will have to make decisions, we will have to make trade-offs. We won't, even as much as we want to incorporate every community of interest that we've heard, it won't be possible. So I think all testimony is good testimony. All testimony is valid testimony. And it's up to us to make a judgment call. And I do think that's why we're here, right? I mean, I think that's why there are 14 of us, why there is variation and diversity amongst us across multiple categories, is so that we can make those kinds of judgment calls as we move forward.
Okay, I think we're winding down. Any further thoughts? Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry, don't ever send me to do homework again. Noted. No, but this is why I ask these questions, not for us to think about it and make sure that I agree with everything Commissioner Sadwani said, but I didn't want to be I want to put it out there, like you said, Commissioner Yee. I was wondering the same thing. So I would invite us all to ask those questions that you're wondering, so that we can have it out in the open versus it stays behind our head and it nags at us, or we answer it ourselves versus all. And I would ask, does anyone see it differently than Commissioner Sadwani? Does everyone feel comfortable? Because this is a big question, and it kind of goes back to the Cal Matters. So since you were wondering the same thing, Commissioner Yee, I'm going to ask you, what were you thinking when you were wondering?
I was generally thinking in the same lines as Commissioner Sadwani, but not knowing how to navigate that really, and thinking it'll probably just come up case by case as, we're looking at a certain part of the state and looking at the body of COI for that and weighing it. And with all the different considerations, including this one, we'll come to a judgment on how much weight to give the testimony that we got, so. But it's, so the statutory language, any consideration of relationships with political parties, incumbents, or candidates, that's, we're going to parse that very, very closely, I think, in some cases, how exactly to apply that exclusion.
Thank you. Anyone else before I go to my next question? So can I just ask that on 2C2, where we use a military base as an example, that we delete that because that's not an accurate description? As someone who has worked with military families, I will tell you that all forms of all political districts affect them. They go to our local schools. They don't live on bases anymore. They live, so all political things affect them. It's not just congressional districts. And so that's been a misnomer for a long time, and that was why it was hard to get some military families to participate until we were able to write an article in San Diego that targeted military families, and then we got military families who actually came out and participated. So I'd like us to take that one out. It is 2C2. I think a better example was kind of parks. Is it a national park, so it would be federal, or is it a state park, so it's local? I thought that was a really good example that people brought to us. And I did like, that was an aha moment for me, and I am going to look at things differently, kind of asking that question. On 2CF, where we said scripted, I don't want us to discount people who did speak to us and it was scripted, because for some people, if it's the first time they're participating, they want a script. They're so scared, they're so nervous, they're so excited, that someone gave them a script and they can participate. And so I think all COIs are a COI is a COI, and let's try to look at it as part of one of the broad strokes, but not just discount it. And the way I read it, it sounded like we were kind of discounting it if it was scripted. And I'm going to stop there because I saw Commissioner Anderson, and I don't want to. And now I see Commissioner Fernandez, so I'll be quiet and come back.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. I'm only seeing Commissioner Fernandez.
That's because I'm sitting right next to you. No, I'm kidding. Just kidding. I did want to comment on what Commissioner Sinai just said. So it's actually, let's see, Roman numeral number 2, D, 2, F. I don't see scripted to be any different than an organization coming forward and saying they spoke to 100 people and this is what the feedback is. So, and again, I just appreciate the fact that they called in, or they wrote in, or they sent their COI, and if it looks exactly the same as someone else's, then I would hope they understand what they submitted and they feel the same way. So I agree that because it's scripted, it has the same value as one that does not appear to be scripted. So thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly in agreement that, excuse me, scripted testimony is perfectly fine. I think the purpose of this, if read in full, in cases of multiple substantially identical COI input submissions, I think that the issue is not about it, whether or not it's scripted, but potentially giving extra weight to multiple submissions that are about the same. And so I think that was kind of the concern raised is that we're not overly weighting those testimonies that are coming in. You know, for example, I don't know how many times we heard "Keep Long Beach Together." That doesn't mean, though, that the city of Long Beach, you know, should have any greater weight than any other city that wants to be kept together, but only had one person call in. So to me, that was how I read that. It's not a problem of scripted testimony, but instead giving additional weight to multiple people calling in to that targeted coordination of it.
Okay, I'm still seeing hands up. Are those live hands or? Okay, let's go to Commissioner Kutagawa, then back to Commissioner Sinai.
Commissioner Sadwani, can I just clarify what you just said? So I thought I heard one thing and then I heard something different. Went back to the same place. So using the example of Long Beach, I would also use the example of I guess it would be the Santa Clarita Valley, right? That Congressional District 25. And I feel like there was a lot, it was very similar in the terms of the testimonies that we were hearing to what we heard from Long Beach. So at first it's not so much about the scripting, but it's just about the number of comments and submissions that we got advocating for Long Beach to be kept together or for Congressional District 25 to remain the same. If I heard you correctly, even though we got a lot, it's a consideration, but that doesn't mean that if for various reasons, you know, that we're still trying to keep in mind VRA and other things like that, that we may not be able to accommodate, I guess, right, what they're asking for. Am I interpreting what you said correctly?
May I respond? Is that okay? Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. And for me, it's also just about the weight that we're giving to people, right? I think it's about not allowing the loudest voice to predominate, right? I mean, in the example of the Santa Clarita Valley, I think we actually heard different kinds of testimony that I recall, right? Some people saying Simi Valley has nothing to do with us, and others saying, yes, it does, keep it together and add more park, right? So I think to me it's about ensuring that we're hearing all of those voices and not allowing one to predominate, multiple testimonies that are the same and coordinated, and allowing that to predominate the discussion, making sure that we hear the lone voice that may have called in.
Okay, I think it's Commissioner Sinai and then Commissioner Anderson.
Go ahead and go to Commissioner Anderson in case she has the same one.
Okay, Commissioner
I'm trying
Anderson.
to be fair.
Actually, I moved down to item, Roman numeral number 3. So if yours is before that, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have, we talked a lot about Roman number 2D, 2I, where it's about the data. And I don't know where we fell on that yesterday, but what I would like to recommend is that we just scratch out where it says that parentheses. Though note that such data are very often unhelpfully dated or because that I read it a second time and it triggered me again. So I just feel bad for people who. So if we can just take out that parentheses.
Okay.
And then I'll be better with it.
All good. Commissioner Anderson.
Okay, just, sorry, on that, what if, I agree, Commissioner Sinai, if we took out the stuff in parentheses, but it'd be helpful to seek valid demographic, economic, and other data. Then I want to move on to item number 3. And I don't want us to say, okay, this is the order we're doing it. Because it could actually be assembly plan, congressional plan, and then you put the Senate boards together. And I'd like to kind of leave that a little more flexible depending on, kind of by area, quite frankly. Because if we're in one area, we're trying to look at it, and like say it's an area that has parks, we might say, great, okay, for the assembly, this is great, but now for congressional, let's do it a little differently here because this is all federal land. And it might be the appropriate time where on that, or we might be in this area and say, well, but okay, we just split this, but we could keep it all together in the Senate. So I don't want us to say, we are going to go in this order. I'd like it to be potentially, or a possible mapping sequence. So we can be a little more fluid with that.
Right. So, I mean, of course, going into sequence doesn't preclude making notes and,
but well, again,
developing intentions for the other plans, but we wouldn't start actively working on that plan until we got to it. I suppose that's the thought. But if we just leave it flexible, maybe just make a note here about making this our intention or possible or so, a little softening language there. Would that be sufficient?
Yeah, I'd like to have that
Okay.
because exactly, if we lock it in, then the line drawers will do it in that order, whether it makes the most sense or not.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Sinai?
Just on that one, I would really like to have that conversation with the line drawers because my concern is kind of going back to our only example we have of visualization. We spent way too much time in some areas and it didn't give us enough time for other areas. And if we start, and I know us now, I've been with us for a while, we will go off tangent and go into congressional and others and we won't take the time to. So I liked having a schedule and saying, okay, this is our goal, and then taking notes and putting it away and bringing that back up later. I don't want us to go down rabbit holes like we did during visualization, because there were times we went down rabbit holes, and I know people didn't think they were rabbit holes, but we did.
And just a note, the line drawers did see this document, and we actually did discuss this item with them. So, Commissioner Akutagawa, I think is next.
Yeah, I'm also realizing that and I think I heard this just in terms of what Commissioner Anderson just said. Excuse me. I guess there does need to be some measure of understanding that we reserve some measure of flexibility in what we will do, right? Because otherwise, if we lock ourselves in too much, and I think that's what Mr. Wucher was also saying earlier about the deviations. That was just one example of it, but I think we also need to just remind ourselves that we're going to need a little bit of flexibility because we've not done this before. So it's not like we know for sure what's going to happen, and we may think this is what should happen, but it may not turn out to be that. That wasn't really my initial point. I know. Commissioner Yee, and Mr. Wucher, I may ask you to jump in on this. One of the things that, as I was just kind of thinking about this document, which is fabulous, by the way, I do really like it. Something that Mr. Becker said, I don't think it was this meeting, but it was the previous meeting, that just stuck in my mind, was that he said that we have the 6 criteria that is ranked. But I remember him saying that even though there's a ranking, in looking at all of the districts and the line drawing, there's going to be a degree of, I don't want to say fluidity, but it sounded like fluidity or flexibility, where sometimes we'll start with one way, but then we may need to do a little jumping around because of some certain things. It was something to that effect. And Mr. Wucher, I don't know if you recall that part.
I don't recall specifically, but I know one of the common themes that he's been mentioning. The word iterative has been used quite a bit here, and that's the notion that is, you can start in a particular place and think that you have got the perfect district for that district, and then you go a little bit of ways and you realize that in order to comply with maybe a higher requirement for another district, maybe it's population, maybe it's the Voting Rights Act, it turns out that you have to go back and make a change in that other district. So I think that was the thing. The key point is we don't want you to lock yourselves in at any point to some specific district that may seem perfect, even if it is perfect at the time, because there may be other considerations that come back. I think that may be what he was referring to. I'm not sure.
Okay. So I guess maybe what I'm asking for, maybe to make it more clear or to make it more obvious, is maybe something to that effect, because I'm reading I'm going back up to the top where it says number 2, rank statutory criteria, and you have that sentence that says lower priority criteria only apply if they do not conflict with higher priority criteria. I think that is reflecting what then Mr. Becker is saying and what you just said, Mr. Wucher, but I think on it took multiple reads to realize that. And I think I think what I'm just saying is, can we make some of this stuff much more obvious and simple and clear, so that then even for members of the public who is looking at this, they're not going to be confused and then thinking we're trying to pull a fast one on somebody, So I think to whatever effect that can be done, where it could be a little bit more clear, I think that's just what I would ask for.
Right, especially since the higher ranking criteria, I mean, there's a range of ways to fulfill each of those.
Yeah.
So it's not as if you fulfill C perfectly and then everything else drops out, right? So
Yeah, because I think we all have the best of intents. We want to do what's right and what's best and what's most fair. But as it has been discussed, there is a political aspect that is being, maybe brought in from outside as maybe we may try not to do, because obviously we want to keep it so that political considerations are not taken into account with what we're doing. But that doesn't mean that outside people will not try to read things in that might not be there. So the more clear we are in terms of what we're doing, the more we can also point back to and remind people of what we're doing and where we're coming from.
actually, I'm seeing my note from yesterday that we were probably going to change the if there. Lower priority criteria only apply if, to lower priority criteria apply to the extent, which might help that a little bit.
Commissioner Yee, if I could just interject briefly. I'm wondering, part of this interjection is a time check. We're up against a break at 12:30. I'm wondering, I think what I'm hearing, I know it was raised about going into rabbit holes. What I'm hearing a little bit of is that there's some wordsmithing that needs to happen here, that the intention of the document, the intention of most of the points on here are reflective of our sentiment. However, perhaps a little wordsmithing needs to happen in some key areas. I think this document has gone through an incredible transformation from starting out as a commission document, having been reviewed by legal, and it's a very legalistic document at this point, and maybe needs a little massaging, both for us as well as for the community. And I think that's entirely fair. And in the interest of time, I want to see if we can maybe round out some of our comments. We've spent quite a bit of time on this morning as well as yesterday. I think this is a really important conversation that we needed to have. But I'm also wondering if some of these wordsmithing things could at least be emailed to the subcommittee. We've already committed to bringing this back next week and finalizing this document and hopefully having a motion for approval at that point in time. And I know there's a couple more hands raised, and that's fine, but I also just want to remind you, before we go to lunch at 12:30, my intention is to take public comment on agenda item number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So just a few more minutes for thoughts here. And so the intention will be to bring back another draft of this along with the third document, the line drawing phases plan. And so that would be the whole playbook then for consideration and hopefully approval next week. Okay, given that, I see Commissioner Sinai.
Thanks. So I was curious on when do we discuss packing and cracking and the percentages? Because I've heard numbers thrown out, but we haven't had that discussion as a yes, I'm trying to bring this up before he leaves. But I'm worried because, yeah, I've heard 55% today and stuff, but we haven't had that conversation yet about what percentage we want, what looks good, whatever the right wording is. So I do want us to be aware of that.
Mr. Witcher, do you want to comment on that?
I'm going to be a disembodied voice, I think, because I've had to sign out. That's another one of these issues that you just can't do in the abstract. 60% in a district where there's a heavy crossover vote and a high turnout from the minority group, may almost be packing. Whereas 60% in a district without any crossover for a minority group that historically has lower voter turnout rates, may not be enough. It's just so specific. That's part of some of the analysis that we're doing now, and the RPV may shed some light on that. But when you're going to get to each of those ones, you're just going to have to address them as they come along. There's just no answer we can give you in advance on
I
that.
completely appreciate that, and I almost want a line like that in this document because it is a comment and it does come up in redistricting. Just saying, but I also want to say to my fellow commissioners, be careful because I have heard people use percentages, and I don't want that to come back to us. And we've just heard we don't have a percentage. We will be working on it on case to case because there's a lot of other variables. So we just need to be careful on our language sometimes. And I know I'm very guilty of it, so.
Okay, any last thoughts? Commissioner Turner, my fellow subcommittee member, any thoughts?
Thank you. Excellent presentation, Commissioner Yee. Thank you for carrying all of that, and to all of the commissioners for your wonderful add-ons and suggestions. And I think that I know what we will do is to take all of your feedback, your suggestions, considerations. I do want to encourage you to email any other thoughts that you have so that we can incorporate that, and we will bring back a more excellent document at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair, for such extended discussion.
You're very welcome. I think we've been waiting for this conversation, so I think it was time well spent. And I really appreciate all of the work of the subcommittee to bring this forward and to continue this work as we move forward. I think it'll be really helpful in guiding us throughout this process, and particularly in the next few weeks. With that concludes our subcommittee reports of agenda item number 4. If I missaid that earlier, I apologize. This was agenda item number 4. So with that, Christian and Katie, if we could please take public comment on agenda item number 4.
I'm here, Chair. One moment.
Thanks so much, Katie.
Oh, where did my instructions go? Here. The Commission will now take public comment on agenda item number 4. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 882-6438-3219 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press *9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read previously in the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And we do not have anyone in the queue, Chair, and I will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I think with while we're waiting for those instructions to complete and see if we have any callers, I just wanted to return to our agenda. I think the only item that we have left is the line drawing subcommittee, and in particular, a discussion of the census timeline, the line drawing timeline, which stems from the Supreme Court's decision last week. Commissioner Anderson has put together a sketch of what that looks like. So this afternoon, we'll be coming back to have that discussion. So we encourage folks to join us in that. I think there is a general thought that we can just do lunch for 45 minutes, so from 12:30 to 1:15. So we'll plan, in fact, it's 12:18 now, so if we don't end up having any callers, perhaps we could even come back by about 1 o'clock. Yeah. And maybe, just maybe, we could even end our day a little early. Katie, how are we doing in the comment line? I'm not seeing any callers at this point.
We do not have any callers, Chair, and the instructions are complete.
Very good. So with that, we will break for lunch and be back at 1 p.m. Great, thank you, and welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. I hope everyone had a great lunch. We are... we have a quorum? We're missing a couple members. I just want to make sure we have enough to establish a quorum if we so needed. We have 9? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 2, 3, 4, 5. No, Linda and Jane. Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we were fully covered here. Thank you. We are coming back and finishing off our agenda for today. We're going to have a conversation about the timeline that we will hopefully eventually adopt. So the goal is not to actually take action today, but instead to review a plan that Commissioner Anderson has proposed. I know that we had heard that there are community members who also may want to weigh in. I'm sure all of you have lots of thoughts that we will discuss today. So the goal is not to necessarily take action today, but instead look at a plan and hopefully be able to finalize this by our meeting next week. Okay. So with that, Commissioner Anderson, I will, excuse me, I'm actually going to start off and ask Chief Counsel Payne to talk a little bit about the map requirements document that you put together. I thought that was a really helpful piece. And if we could start with that, and then we'll move into the proposal.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Let me just pull it up real fast. That's okay, that's all right. Okay. So I just wanted to highlight some points. I briefly mentioned this yesterday during the Chief Counsel's report. From the Padilla case, we know now that the first preliminary maps are due November 15th. And just by the way, as a summary, this is all in the Government Code 8253 with some slight additions from the Padilla case is where all of this comes from. Number 2, public comment shall be taken for at least 14 days from the date of the public display of the first preliminary statewide maps. I'm sure Commissioner Anderson is going to go into more detail about that piece, but that's the waiting period from the first preliminary maps. Number 3, the Commission shall not display any other map for public comment during that 14-day period. Okay, so wanted to highlight that the statute specifically refers to the first preliminary map where that is the case. It does not create that same prohibition for the subsequent maps. It is specific to the 14-day waiting period, which is only referring to the first preliminary map. Certainly, the Commission could choose to further, like, not display any other maps on the subsequent maps. But as far as a prohibition goes, that is specific to only the 14-day, which is the first preliminary map. Number 4, public comment shall be taken for at least 7 days from the date of public display. Now, the reason why I highlighted taken is because some commissioners have asked, well, do we have to hold meetings during that time? The statute doesn't require holding meetings. It requires that public comment be taken. There are many ways that public comment can be taken. Public comment can be mailed in, it can be emailed in, It certainly can be taken during a meeting. So there are many ways that public comment could be taken. So it'll be up to you how you want public comment to be taken. Outside, for example, do you want to hold meetings and maybe review some of the comments? You could certainly do that. Number 5, public comment shall be taken for at least 3 days from the date of the public display of any final statewide maps. So that's, and we've mentioned this before as well, there's a 3-day waiting period from the final maps. Once we say the commission says it's a final, we have to wait our 3 days, and we take public comment for those 3 days prior to certification. Number 6, final maps must be certified by the Secretary of State by December 27th. That is the date that the California Supreme Court gave us. Okay, because of number 5, final maps will need to be displayed by December 24th. So that's just an application of the 3 days, and it says by the 24th. It certainly could be earlier. Number 7, with each of the 4 final maps, the Commission must issue a report that explains why its decisions in achieving compliance with the various criteria listed in subdivision D and must include definitions of the terms. And this is the report that Commissioner Kennedy has referred to and Commissioner Fernandez have referred to previously. Number 8, the 4 final redistricting maps must be approved by at least 9 affirmative votes, which must include at least 3 votes of members registered from each of the 2 largest political parties in California based on registration, and 3 votes from members who are not registered with either of these 2 political parties. So you will, if we can just temporarily skip down to number 10, 9 or more affirmative votes shall be required for any official action. So generally we need to have 9 votes. Number 8 is saying for the final maps, it has to have, this is to be a special vote. Note that that is referring to the final maps. So that is not a requirement for the first maps or the subsequent maps. It is requiring the final maps. Now, might the final maps be easier if all prior votes had been of the special kind? Perhaps. But as far as what is required, the magic number needs to only be 9 without the particular makeup, unless we're talking the final maps. So for day on number 9, day means a calendar day, except that if a final day of a period within which an act is to be performed is a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday, the period is extended to the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday. And I'm sure Commissioner Anderson will discuss this as well, but it does get a little interesting, and she correctly pointed out that Christmas Eve is a holiday. You wouldn't think so, but if you look it up this year, Christmas Eve is a holiday. As such, it cannot be a, quote, day for purposes of when an action is going to be taken. So we need, when we're figuring times out, we need to account for that. And then I already mentioned number 10, where any official action is 9. So we want to start with the default that official action requires 9 votes, and the Commission's already aware of that. But these are sort of the broader sort of guideposts when we're thinking of different permutations for calendar counting. And I think most of the Commission's familiar with, but there are some little tweaks that I think allow for different ways to do the counting. The biggest, of course, is making sure we make the 27th and we make the 15th. Those are the goals. With that, happy to entertain any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair. And I'll just say really quickly, I think there's a lot of important pieces that you raised there. I see that there's some questions. We are going to go into Commissioner Anderson's calendar in just a moment. I also wanted to point out your comments around public comment and the various forms that could take. And before we leave here today, I do want to raise that piece one more time so that we can have some more clear guidance of who's going to take that on and really be planning out that public comment phase. Okay. I see Commissioner Yee with a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Counsel Payne. Question about number 2, the 14-day period, as well as the subsequent waiting periods. So I'm imagining, we have 4 separate maps. We don't finish them all the same day. I mean, we may approve them as draft maps the same day, I suppose, and that's when the 14 days would start. But, we'd probably finish them in sequence, right? So the 14 days would probably start at the end when we finish the 4th one and approve them all as a set, I imagine. I mean, the language doesn't require that they be issued as a set, but I imagine that's what we would do. The second question is, okay, so let's say we've approved a set of draft maps, the 14-day clock starts. Can we continue to work on maps? Can any of those maps ever appear on a public screen? Would that constitute a display? Do we not display any maps anywhere at any time for 14 days?
So, to your question, Commissioner Yee, the statute uses the term of a display of a map. And I think the commission would be well served if the vote were the display of the map. That way, there's a clear communication what the display of the map is. I think in prior iterations where we've been talking about visualizations of certain parts, I think that those aren't what I think we're thinking of when we're saying display of a map, because if we're going to be taking official action of a display of a map, you're going to be putting and communicating to the public, these are the maps as we see them. You don't have that when you're doing parts and you don't have yet a final product. So I think the final product would be the display. We would certainly have the vote for that. And I think that's a clear communication to the public. This is the display. This is when our 14 days starts. And we sort of map, well, I don't want to say map it. The timeline goes along with that frame.
So we could continue to work on maps even during the 14-day period.
So when you say work on them, I think there's nothing wrong with working on the maps. I don't see anything in here that says you can't work on maps. I think the point of the 14 days is to not confuse the public. And so I think if we're putting a display up there and the commission is taking public comment, for example, and entertaining some of the thoughts that the public has, we're not confusing the public with that. I think the hesitance or the part of the reason why we have this, what some commissioners have referred to as a quote unquote freeze, is because we're not putting up one map and then we're putting up and displaying another map and then we're displaying another map and the public has no clue. It's difficult to follow and difficult to participate. So if we're clear, this is our display and we have that up for the 14 days, we're taking public comment, we're discussing what has been displayed. They're fixed documents essentially for that time.
Right. Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you. And so basically, you cannot vote on another set of maps during that period, right? So that's what it kind of comes down to.
Well, it's voting, and it's also, I think, I don't think we'd want to, certainly displaying, but I don't think we would want to start another display of any kind during that, because, again, that just was likely to confuse the public as well. Okay. Besides the statute telling us not to do that, yes.
Okay. That wasn't my question. I mean, it was just a follow-up, but my question was number 6. It's a two-parter today. Based on December 24th being a holiday, so the final maps, we would need to display them by the 23rd then, by December 23rd, correct?
That's, okay. Well, they'd have to be, it's still the 24th, but I think if we're going to count the days, we're going to be, and I think Commissioner Anderson's going to go through at least a permutation. They probably would need to be voted on, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Anderson, we would vote on the 23rd at the latest for that, because we couldn't vote on the 24th because it is not a, quote, day as defined in the statute.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I unfortunately want to go back just real quick to the display again. With the way that we're currently conducting business on Zoom, everything's on the screen. So we have a display that we've voted on that's out there. And yes, we'll take public comment. I'm just wondering, and you mentioned as you were explaining, Mr. Payne, about not confusing the public. So once we vote on a display, and that's what should be displayed for 7 days, for example, the other public input that we receive, we'll look at it as compared to that map, but we wouldn't change anything on that map. We wouldn't show any of that. We would just take notes about it and not do anything different, because that's where then the confusion would come in.
I would tend to agree with that. You could certainly take that comment and you might look into what changes could be made, but you wouldn't then want to put out what would be viewed as another display, a subsequent display, because the statute contemplates a subsequent display having a different freeze period of a shorter time. So we wouldn't want to confuse that and say, well, are we doing that, or are we still part of the 14 days?
And with that, so just no tweaking of the map, period, then, once, because to do anything different on that map, we couldn't just say this is not another display. If we start playing around with that map at all, it can cause confusion. So we should not be adjusting anything once it's displayed.
I think the commission has, so first of all, it's not defined exactly the level of tweaking that you could or couldn't do. I do think the commission would be well served to be very clear on on the vote on the display at certain periods, the final, the first, the subsequent. Those are the displays. Visualizations of particular areas are not the same as a display of a voted statewide map. So I think there's a difference there. And I do think as applied, the commission may want to think about when there are, so for example, let's say you receive public comment after a display of the first map, and you all think it might be worth it for the line drawers to go back and look at based on some public comment that was taken. They can go back and look and see if they could tweak something. Not a statewide map, you're talking about a particular spot on that map or a particular area, for example. You're not changing the maps that are being displayed. I wouldn't think you would go back out and having a vote on a new display, for example. I don't think that means necessarily that you shut down for 14 days and all you're doing is receipt of public comment. I think you can be a little bit more active than that, but I do think that's sort of on the one end of it. I think the other end is we want to make sure we're not confusing the public and throwing up a bunch of statewide possibilities during the 14 days, because then I think you're not trying to, but I think it has the impact of confusing the public. So I think you could probably find somewhere in between on that.
And I guess the last thing I'd say on that is that, and not directly in response again, but just to comment then, be it possible, it would almost seem that if we did any other visualization, that there'd be a running banner or something to be able to constantly show with that this is a visualization, or whatever the wording would be, so that if through our hearings that are public on Zoom, if there's anything we're having the map, the line drawers do during that time period, that there's a banner reflecting that this is just a visualization responding to public comment or something of that sort.
I mean, to your point, Commissioner Turner, another option could be, if the commission decides to do this, much in the way I think Commissioner Sinai's recommendation of posting these map requirements on the website, there could be a posting of the display of the first preliminary maps on the commission's website. These are the display of the first preliminary maps, and you call it that, and that's what's being displayed for the public, and there's no ambiguity over what that is and what that includes.
Commissioner Kutigela?
Can you just go ahead and pass on me right now?
Sure, no problem. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, I think it's a good conversation and a kind of a decision point for us on how we're going to manage it. I think that's going to be important. But I guess, it seems to, I'll just share my thoughts. Seems to me any visualizations that we show are going to confuse the public or could potentially confuse the public. But I think, my thought just off the top of my head is it's an opportunity to take some time and provide guidance to our mapping team to go develop new additional visualizations to bring back after the 14 days to kind of get a head start on our next round of mapping, potentially. Just a thought.
Commissioner Kutigawa, did you want to still make a comment?
Yeah, thank you. I needed to gather all my thoughts together. I like what Commissioner Fornaciari just said. I think, because my understanding was that during the period in which the first draft maps would be displayed, we were not supposed to do anything other than take public input. So I would be a little concerned. I had, I guess, also made an assumption that whatever maps we're going to display would be put on the website for any and all to be able to download, to look at, to, make comment on and everything like that. And so, that was just my understanding from the get-go, is that, we just cannot do anything that is going to confuse the public. And so that meant we could not do any work on any maps, even the visualizations. That's why I do like what Commissioner Fornaciari is saying. So I wanted to just say that, because I could just see that confusion is going to ensue, and I think that would just, even if it's inadvertent. Chief Counsel Payne, just for clarification, and again, this is just more, sometimes I just have to state the obvious, but I just want to double check. December 24th is a Friday. So that is a working day. Is that not correct, or? Because it's not a holiday, technically. Christmas Day is Saturday. So you get Friday as the holiday. I see. Oh, okay. That's how it's working. Okay. Thank you.
I'm
That's
sorry,
why I
I
said I
should've
had
said
to be
that.
obvious about it and just double check.
I'm sorry, that I've just said that, and my microphone was not on. Since Christmas is the Saturday, and the holiday then is on the Friday, the 24th. That's why, because, I was thinking the same thing originally, and it's often if Christmas is on the Sunday, you get the Monday off.
That's right.
So, but this time it's on Saturday, so Friday the 24th is the
So
holiday.
does that mean that the maps would actually be due on the 23rd? Because I'm seeing 24th here, but technically speaking, is that when we would post the final display maps, or?
So I think in application, it would be the 23rd.
Okay.
But technically, if we're just looking at straight numbers, it's because of the one wrinkle that the 24th
Is a
happens
holiday.
to be a holiday.
Yeah.
But if you're just counting 3, it would be the 24th, but then you got to back out for the rare exception that the 24th also happens to be a holiday. So now you're actually voting on the 23rd. But remember, this is by the 24th.
Yes,
So
yes.
the
We could do it
23rd
earlier. Yeah.
Exactly.
But 23rd would be our latest date that we would
Yes,
be, okay.
correct.
All right, just wanted to be obvious about that. Thank you.
Just want to note that's a really good catch, that the 24th is a holiday. Thank you for that. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. First of all, further to what Commissioner Fornaciari was saying, we're going to be receiving input, and I would imagine that even at that point, or particularly at that point in the process, we're going to be getting a lot of input. So, imagining that most of our time is going to be spent receiving input, some of our time is going to be spent considering the first however many pages of the final report that constitute the body, rather than the explanation of the rationale for each of the 176 districts. So we'll have enough to discuss with discussing the report and receiving and discussing input, and then providing instruction. So, coming up with additional maps during that 14 days seems to me is going to be overwhelmed by these other things that we're necessarily going to be doing. I did want to ask Chief Counsel Payne if it might be useful for us to entertain a motion to define the display of maps as the result of a formal commission vote. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Commissioner Kennedy. So to your point, your question again was about a vote about defining the display of the maps. Was that right?
Yeah, would it be useful for us to entertain a motion to define the display of a map as the result of a formal vote of the commission?
So to answer that question, I think it would, the commission certainly could do that. The maybe corollary to that is what weight would be accorded such a vote. And we do not have any statutory or regulatory authority to assist us with that interpretation. So it would be helpful, but it may or may not carry the day, whether or not the commission's interpretation is an appropriate one. It's certainly a reasonable one, given how the commission has conducted itself and will likely conduct itself. So it would be helpful, yes. As to what weight it carries, it wouldn't necessarily carry a great deal of weight. If, as compared, the commission, I'm trying to think of the word. Instead of taking the vote, everybody unanimously applied it that way. It would probably, but consistently without a vote, I think it would carry the same amount of weight as if we had a vote. So I think it could be helpful, but it wouldn't necessarily be accorded any greater weight simply because it was a motion. But I think it would solidify to a point in time a rationale for why the commission votes the way it did and why they interpret it the way they did. And a court would certainly look at that if it were a point of challenge.
Thank you for that, Chief Counsel Payne. Are there additional questions regarding the map requirement document? And I do think I have hanging in the air this piece around public comment. I think there's a lot of question around what's going to happen in those 14 days. We do happen to have a couple subcommittees that could potentially take on these questions to help develop a plan for that time period of what it might look like to have public comment. Yes, I'm looking at you, Commissioner Fornishar. We certainly do have the Public Input Design Committee. I don't know if that's, of course, a larger committee of multiple people that would need to be agendized. I don't know if we want to go that route. If just the chairs of that committee would want to become a smaller subcommittee of 2 to help figure that out, or if outreach and community engagement, is that what if that subcommittee would want to take it on? I'm continuing to put that on the, I'm sorry? No. Oh, got it, okay. Freddie, oh.
I think Commissioner Ahmed was about to, were you going to say something? Or, I mean, either way is fine. I guess, I mean, the intent of the Public Input Design Committee is to design public input events. And so, yeah, we could certainly take that on. I don't think the whole committee, though, I mean, given the requirements, I would propose it would be the chairs too. But I want to leave that. We have others on that committee, so I don't know how they feel about that idea.
Freddie, did you want to jump in on that? Okay, yep.
Yes, Chair. Just a brief announcement. I did create a new tab on the website titled Map Requirements. It's under About Us, and it includes the information prepared by Chief Counsel Payne.
You work fast. Thank you very much for that. I know there's several people with hands up. Commissioner Ahmed is one of those chairs, so I want to just jump to you, and then we'll get back to everybody else in order.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to echo Commissioner Fornashari's sentiments as well. I know that there's other people who serve on the Public Input Design Subcommittee, so I'm more than happy to step up or step back as needed for your request.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, one thing, and we'll be getting into this as soon as we get into the schedule here. I'm hearing a lot of things happening in those 14 days that people have talked about, not just public input. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about what people would like to see possible, what's realistically possible to do in those 14 days, before we just say, okay, here, design public input meetings. Because I'm hearing, we might want to, Commissioner Kennedy is pushing like, hey, maybe it's a good time to do work on the report. Is that going to be a couple of days for the commission to work on the report? Or is it the subcommittee maybe on the report? Someone said, well, and we'll start giving direction to the line drawers. Well, we have to review the input. And so I think we need a little bit more, I think actually we should almost like go through the schedule and talk about other things that also have to occur to get to the end, and then maybe come back to this. Because I think it might be a little more obvious about what we need to do in those 14 days.
That's fair. Let's take the additional hands that are raised, though, before we move into that. Commissioner Akutagawa?
I was just going to say that I'm happy to step back and not be. But I do also like Commissioner Anderson's point, too, so.
Fair enough. Commissioner Fernandez?
Happy to step back as well.
I'm getting a sense of the room here, so that's very helpful. Thank you. So it sounds like most likely whatever public input does happen after a draft or display, we'll ask that the chairs of that subcommittee work as a subcommittee to help us define what that looks like. Before we go into further definition of what that is, let's continue with the discussion of the calendar. There are, of course, numerous pieces here to work out. We have a very busy agenda in front of us over the next couple of months, but I think it'll be great to have appoint people for that planning. Commissioner Anderson, do you want to walk us through your proposed calendar?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Okay, there was a handout, and it's actually, I think it's called preliminary draft schedule or something like that. And unfortunately, the printout and stuff is a little confusing because everything sort of appears to be the same color. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. And hopefully this will help quite a bit. No, I don't have it up yet. That is not. Hang on a sec. Oh, I want an application. Go share screen. I want to share a tab here. It's not giving me that option now.
Is it opened on your computer?
Yeah. As a tab. Wait a minute. Okay, got it. Okay, can people see that? Okay, I just want to move. Okay, so here we are. This is October. Here is today, the 29th. Everything in blue here is already scheduled meetings. Essentially, everything on this page is already scheduled. I'm just going to kind of quickly walk us through it. This is the 3 days are the visualization time we spoke with Karen McDonald about, and then we have a business meeting on the 7th. Again, that's the same things happening 13, 14, 15. Business meeting on the 20th. The third week is that public district map input meetings. Those are when it's a different format. The public will be reviewing maps that the public is submitting for us. Then on the 27th, it is another business meeting. And the 28th, 29, 30, and also the first week of November, the 3, 4, and 5. These are gathering information from the 28, 29, 30 is getting information from these public map input meetings in terms of, hey, I saw this. Can we incorporate some of those ideas into our visualizations? on this particular, the 28, 29, 30. And those, looking at those visualizations, the modifications back on the 3, 4, 5. Moving to now, and that was the first week of November. Now I'm going to go to the November calendar. And here we have the 3, 4, 5, and we're looking at, again, those visualizations of, okay, now, then we have the 8, 9, 10. These are days where basically it could even be the 3, 4, 5. The line drawers are going to start putting those sections of visualization we've been working on together, trying to work us towards an actual draft map. We're going to start looking at basically things that look like the state and say, yeah, I do like those visualizations. Oh, if we change that here and it affects down over here. And this is the idea here, getting these 3 days, Veterans Day is a holiday, we have to take it off, and putting out a draft. I'm proposing put a draft map on the 12th. Now, the 15th, and you see it down here in yellow, any of the yellows are the legal deadline for the draft map. That's the legal deadlines. So I'm proposing to do it on the 12th. So if now, an idea was the 10th also. Either way, we have 14 days of public input when we're not supposed to be posting any maps. And we can use those for public input. We could have public input meetings. That is what I have proposed here. 15, 16, 17, these 5 days this week, the 3 days the week before Thanksgiving. Because again, if the 12th is the draft map, the 26th is the 14th day. Or if we do it on the 10th, that would be a little tricky because the line drawers would have to, we'd shift that week up 1 day at least. It might not be enough turnaround time to work on those visualizations to get us back to coming up with the draft map, which is why I have it on the 12th. Oh, also additionally, I'm sorry, I should say the way it works, and Commissioner Yee kind of referred to this, say on the 8th, we actually finish, we say, hey, I like that assembly district. Then before you can display it, there's a lot of work that the line drawers have to do to put it all together, get it all out of their their GIS system, and be able to document it and be able to post it. So basically, they would start working on the evening of each of these days over Veterans Day to be able to post it on the 12th. So again, now going back to the public input meetings for this time frame, that's the time frame we can work on many things. I'm putting it down as public input meetings. Why not? Why don't we hear from that? Then we'd actually get a couple of days at Thanksgiving. The 27th, the 28th would be our homework days. The commission would be reviewing all of this public input. And remember, even if we have these public input meetings, we'll be getting a lot of input through the website, through the COI tool, through the redistricting tool. So it'll be up to us to make sure we're reviewing all this information. Because then on Monday the 29th, we will be going over that public input and giving direction to the line drawing team by plan. So at this point, they're going to be having we won't be going back to little tiny sections. We might be doing sections at a time, but we'll be looking at Assembly plan, Senate plan, Congressional plan. Quite frankly, we'll look at Board of Equalizations at the end. You just throw 10 of them together. It's, but anyway, now, so that's what's starting to happen the last week of November, first couple of days of December. I'm going to go to the December calendar now. And if you'll notice, I have things in, which this did not happen. It was not clear at all on your printout, which I apologize for. The salmon color, that lighter color, that's what the line drawers are doing. So to give you an idea, well, we have these extra days. We actually don't. So while we give direction during the 29, 30 of November, the first 1 and 2 of December, then the line drawers are going to go back and create those visualizations onto maps. Come back on the 6, 7, 8, and now we actually have these plans, and we're saying, we're going to go here, we're going to go there. This is sort of almost our last set of visualizations. Because then they're going to, the 9, 10, they're going to put all those on, and then from the 11th until we don't go final, we're actually live line drawing. And I don't know if anyone remembers when we actually did a little bit of this, our very first line drawing workshop, and we actually said, no, could you move that district into, I think we actually did kind of the Delta area in the Stockton. We said, could you maybe move that line over here? That's what we're actually talking about doing, from the 11th all the way out. Now, before all the way out, I'm going to actually go back, I'm going to go reverse. I'm coming down to the 27th, which is our legal, the maps must be certified on the 27th. And as Chief Counsel Payne said, going backwards, the 3 days, could have it on the 24th. I actually want to have 3 clear days, because that is, that in terms of contracts, when you have 5 days for any kind of protest, from the time you say, here's the document, you must have 5 clear days, and then you can move on. So in case that's interpreted that way, I thought, why not be careful? And it also so happened that the 24th is a holiday. So that's why our legal deadline for declaring maps is the 23rd. But, and Commissioner Kennedy will pay particular attention to this, while we can do the bulk of the report all the way up to this time, we cannot finish the report until after we have declared these legal maps are declared final. Because at that point, the line drawers create the appendices, the maps, the details of it, one of which is also the splits. What cities have been split, what counties have been split, and all that documentation. We need to put those into our each district information. So if we declare, we go all the way out and don't declare final till the 23rd, that has us finishing the reports on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and, well, the day after, our Boxing Day. I do not propose that. I actually propose that we declare the maps final on the 20th. Then that gives us the 21, 22, 23 to finish the report and certify on the 24th. But notice the 24th is actually a holiday. Okay, we meet on the 27th and certify them then. That's what I propose. One thing I want to mention before this, if we declare maps final on the 20th, notice in here I have Senate deferred report. That is what Commissioner Yee spoke about. It turns out we must finish the Senate map a day before everything else, because the line drawers need that full day to then do their, who got deferred, who didn't get deferred, so they can actually number the Senate districts. And that is quite involved, depending on how we draw the lines, how different they are, and the lines will be different. So that report has to be done on the 19th. So basically, by the 18th, we would have to have the Senate map done. And then finish up everything else on the 19th, declare final. So that's what I propose. One thing you'll notice that is really missing from here, and I know, I think a few people I've talked to this about, I was really, really in favor of a second draft. Unfortunately, with the giving us the 27th, instead of those extra few days to actually determine if the PL94, the legacy data was usable, we lost going to January 3rd. If we did have to January 3rd, I was going to propose that we do a draft on the 10th. It would give us the 7 days. We'd have the rest of the time to finish this up, get public input, and finish the map that last week. We don't have that luxury. And it takes, when we look at how long does it actually take to do a draft and then incorporate and get back to starting to work, it takes at least 10 to 12 days, because there's the 7-day, you can still work on visualizations, as Chief Counsel Payne said. We can work on visualizations, but you have to incorporate those in as well, because you can take, the really good public input might not come till the 7th day, and then you'd have to sort of start. So I don't see it happening. And that's the proposal from, I put it together, but it was basically the line drawing subcommittee. So open to questions and comments and thoughts and everything like that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Anderson, for your thoughtful work on this. I really appreciate it. I do see hands raised. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. I wanted to go back. Can you go down to where the draft map on the calendar is?
Yes.
Or up, or whichever way. So as you were going through it, in my mind, I thought, perhaps wrong, that the draft maps needed to be all of the maps.
Yes.
Okay, I thought you said something right then that spoke to us adding in different districts or different parts of the maps after this date. But on our first draft maps are all 4 maps, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's, I did hear Commissioner Yee saying you can, well, maybe do you finish one before you finish the other? I mean, possibly, but I wouldn't post it. I mean, I'd post all 4 at the same time.
Yeah, I would want all 4 posted at the same time, because to post maps for public to respond to, and if you're not finished yet and have to make changes to them, to me, that's problematic. Okay, I'm not sure what I heard you say, but when you were going through those next dates, something made me think that we were still working on different maps after the first set of draft maps, and so, I don't know.
That could have been right at the end when I talked about the Senate map has to be done a little bit the day earlier? Okay.
Before that. Okay, fine, thank you.
Sorry.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. 2 things. One, I appreciate the subcommittee's work on this, and it is rather complicated with a lot of things to be considered. I'm hoping still that we can target having our draft maps out on the 10th of November rather than the 12th. I really would not like to see any of that 14-day public comment period falling during the Thanksgiving weekend. Let's put the burden on us rather than taking away time from the public. That's one thing. Second of all, I understand what elements were included in the final report in 2011, but I'm wondering which of those elements are required and which are maybe standard practice, but I'm not seeing a legal basis for requirement. In looking at the constitutional language, it says the commission shall issue with each of the 4 final maps a report that explains the basis on which the commission made its decisions in achieving compliance with the criteria listed in subdivision D, and shall include definitions of the terms and standards used in drawing each final map. I'm not seeing a requirement in the legal framework that we issue a Senate deferral report as part of that final report, for example. So I want us to be clear, what is it that we are legally required to do, and what is it that would be nice to do? Thank you.
Yeah, I might jump in on that, and unfortunately, the line drawers aren't here. There are part of the criteria is, the demographics are all part of that criteria. The actual details, I'm just thinking of the different appendices they put together. The Senate deferral is required somewhere. I don't quite know where, because that is referred to. And I'm going to have to get the information back from the line drawers, and/or if council can look that up. But that didn't just come out of thin air. These are several different items, but I really appreciate the question about what exactly do we need to have in the report, and where is that sort of defined. So we'll have to get that back to you.
Yeah. Commissioner Kennedy, I can certainly get back to everyone about exactly the parts we can find. Subdivision D that I have on the map requirements is from Section 2 in Article 21 of the Constitution, and that has the various criteria that you all have been addressing before. And as Commissioner Anderson said, there's another piece where we're referring to this. You said the Senate deferral piece. So we can sort of put all the pieces that we're aware of sort of in one place, if that'll be helpful.
Oh, also, I do want to go back, to the 10th. I'm sorry, I don't see if there are any questions because I'm looking.
Commissioner Ahmed is, but if you want to respond
Well,
to that, that's fine.
do you want to go ahead and?
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to draw your attention to November 15th through the 24th on the proposed schedule where it states public input meetings, and ask for some clarification. Are you proposing we hold public input meetings every single day of that week, or is that just the window in which we could potentially hold a public input meeting?
I was sufficiently vague to see what the commission wanted to do. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was just what I was wondering, especially because it seems like everyone's stepping back, so that part might fall on Commissioner Fornashari and I. Okay, it does, if we do the 12th, as Commissioner Kennedy said, it would be the 26th, and which is why he was talking about doing the 10th. I did spin another scenario if we try to draft maps on the 10th, and what happens is, and I'm going, I can't shoot both maps at the same time. Basically, because of how long it takes for the line drawers to, when we say, okay, I like this map, then they have to put it together, and to put it out, it has to move back up. So basically, if we want to do draft maps on the 10th, we would need to move this section up to at least on the Sunday, maybe the Saturday. And I'm going to go back to the map before. Basically, what would happen is, oh, sorry, one map too long. I am in this one. November. Oh, no, I guess not. Then we need to move this one back, and we need to work on the Saturday. Either the Sunday or Saturday and Sunday, to try to do that. It would be a very quick turnaround since this is on the 30th. It's on that Sunday. If we try to push this up, basically, we're concerned about the quality of the draft, is quite frankly it. Now, we could try that, and if we say line drawers, this is what we need to do, they'll do it. We just have to, and it all depends on how quickly we can make decisions, quite frankly. And, that's why I'm saying from the first time you think, hey, what about this idea? Raise your hand, bring it up, because unfortunately, we have a really condensed schedule here, through no fault of our own. This is really going to be tight. And I can see, as Commissioner Kennedy said, he'd really like to do that on the 10th, so we have all those 14 days before Thanksgiving. It depends on what kind of input we get in this district map and how this all fits together. So we can rearrange things if we'd like. We just have to talk about it a bit more. And that's the whole purpose of, we're not coming to a conclusion today. We'd like to get ideas, what do people think, what would people really want to do, and we'll see what the line drawers can really do for us too.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, thank you. I was kind of going along the same lines as Commissioner Ahmed regarding the 15th through the 24th. I mean, if we're submitting our maps on the 12th, then I would think that anyone that's reviewing the maps may not be ready to provide any comment until the latter part of the following week. So I think we also maybe just need to look at this as being a fluid calendar, just based on when we actually issue the drafts versus the dates and everything. So I do remember conversations early on that suggested the 2010 Commission just had agendas for every single day, not knowing which day they'd actually meet. So, you know, because you never knew. But anyway, so that was just one of my comments. Also, if our goal is to issue the final on the 20th, and I know you talked about a 5-day waiting period, but realistically, we could certify the maps on the 23rd if it was December 20th. Just wait. I know you want to say something, Commissioner Anderson. And then the other piece of it was, and we don't know, we don't want to close the door to a second draft because we actually don't know what our first draft's going to look like, and we don't know what the comments are going to be. So potentially we could, but again, fluid, just the fluid process. We don't know what the first draft's going to look like. We don't know what the comments are going to look like. So it's kind of just moving back and forth. The only comment I had on the calendar in general is I did get confused in December. Where you put like line draws, create visualizations on the 3rd or 4th. I assume we were meeting as well, but thank you. You're giving us a few days off. So, but thank you for putting this together. It is helpful, and I just won't be available for anyone that's out there, including family, for 2 months, 3 months. So, thank you.
I had the same thought when I looked at this calendar. Yeah, and I'll just add, and I see other hands in the lineup, but you know, we have very set dates of November 15th and December 27th, and I think that you're right. Like fluidity is going to be important here, with some targets, right? And I think the targets will be our friends in this process. If we end up really needing to go to that to November 15th to get the draft out, we will have that a little extra time, but I think having those targets would be helpful. Commissioner Turner.
I do want to jump in on the 2 days. You know, if we put up on the 12th, say, oh, they might not be ready on the 15th. There are people who will be following every visualization, and we will have people who are signed up for that very first day. So I was specifically told, don't worry about that. There will be people who want to give you comment, and we will be getting comment as we go, so that is another consideration. But, there are 14 days. We don't necessarily have to have public meetings every single day.
Commissioner Fernandez, do you want to just respond to that?
I just wanted to respond. I think what I meant is, if we do get it out on the 12th, and if people are ready to give us comments, they can comment via email, via writing, via however they want. We don't necessarily need to have a meeting for them to provide the comment. So that's all I was saying was maybe we get a couple more days off or something. And it's not even days off because we will be reviewing the comments as well. Our homework, right? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think just a general reminder to all that taking care of ourselves throughout this process will be really important as well. It'll be cold and flu season, and we can make sure we can make it all the way through. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give support to what Commissioner Kennedy said earlier, and I appreciate the flexibility comments, but also to have goals. And I want to support our shooting actually for the 10th, so that we perhaps may have to do more work up front, so that the public will have those full 14 days that will not fall during the Thanksgiving holiday. So that's number one. And then the second part, I wanted to understand again, on the December 3rd, 4th, Commissioner Fernandez, you lifted it. I think I was still reading this as days that we were participating. They're creating visualizations, not in our presence. This is something they're doing outside. Okay, I didn't get that the first go round.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go to December on the calendar here, and you couldn't see that on the posting, which I really am sorry about. When I have the things in this salmon color, this time, that day, this time, this one, that is just what the line drawers are doing. And that's not us. That is outside of our presence. And what I should have done probably is done this portion from the 11th on in a different color, because this is, in here, in the, like the 29th, the 30th, we've been giving direction to the line drawers. I want this, I want to see this, I want to see that, in maybe a couple of different things in the same area. Then they're going back and creating those, and then coming back and giving it to us. That's what's happening in these first phases. From the 11th on, no, they put everything on maps, and every time we do something, it's live. That's why it's live drawing with the maps until we go final. And this is something I should say, other independent commissions, no one else does this in the country. This is not done. And this, people have told the line drawers that, you guys are crazy. I mean, why would you ever do any of that stuff live? And I'm saying this for the public's benefit. We are really going above and beyond as far as being transparent. But that's what we want to do. And that's what we've been tasked to do. But it takes more time. And one thing I did want to say about if we declare maps on the 20th, I really want us to have those 3 days clear for comment before we certify, because I'd hate to have our maps kicked out for a little technical issue of, it said 3 days, and you gave us 2 and declared, certified. That would just be, after all the work we've done. So that's why I'm saying, declare final on the 20th. We can certify on the 24th and actually have our last meeting on the 27th when it's, because to actually do that, it would have to be it can't be a holiday or Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, you can't certify on the 24th.
Correct, yeah. But if we certify on the 23rd, I think we could get in trouble on that.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Chief Counsel Payne, when does the 3-day notice kick in?
So Commissioner Fornashari, from our Supreme Court decision, it's the final 15 days from the preceding the finalization of the maps. So if it were the finalization were declared on the 20th, then I believe we would count 15 days from that. And during those 15 days, we would only need a 3-day notice period.
Okay. I for some reason, I thought it had to do with the posting of our first set of drafts. So that's not it. Okay. Thank you.
Normally, Bagley-Keene, requires a 10-day notice period, or 14 days for public input. And originally, the drafters for these statutes were thinking of a more truncated period of time, the final 15 days, and so the Supreme Court was essentially applying that standard to the new dates.
Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa.
I keep forgetting. I wanted to go back to the target dates, and I'm wondering if it would help us if we were to say, this is the earliest that we hope we could hit a date, and then this is the absolute latest. So that way then, as you said, if we name the dates, but it's a little bit of a range, we don't have to do every single day maybe, but at least we can agendize those dates if that's what we're able to do, and knowing that we want to try to hit the earlier dates, even before so that we can make that November 10th date, possibly, maybe even earlier. But I'm just thinking just for us, just from a planning, but also a mentally, thinking about what we're going to do. I mean, when I saw this calendar, it literally took me the last day and a half to think, oh my God, but there's kind of we got to wrap our heads around this schedule, and there's a lot of fluidity we do need to continue to have, but maybe having that kind of those targets might help us in terms of planning.
So Commissioner Akutagawa, am I hearing that you would be in support of a November 10th target date for those draft maps?
I would, only because, you know, I'm going to be a little selfish, and I think maybe most of us would be. It would be nice to have an, you know, maybe like just that one day of Thanksgiving free where we don't have to worry about, like, okay, let's just take that day off and then we'll be back to work on Friday. Right, so.
Am I getting a general consensus that November 10th would be an optimal target date? And recognizing that we do have a little extra wiggle room if we really need it, but that November 10th is our target? I'm generally seeing some heads kind of nodding. Okay. That sounds great. So that's the kind of piece that we need in order to really advance this conversation. That's great. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to go back to Commissioner Fornashari's question and Chief Counsel Payne's response. I'm sitting here rereading the motion or ruling from the Supreme Court in response to our request, and that last part is, yes, the Commission shall provide 3 days public notice for each meeting held in the 15 days before final statewide maps are approved and certified, but that it creates a conundrum because we don't know when they're going to be approved and certified. The one thing that we know is the deadline. So are they in fact saying, because if we go back to the language in the Constitution, it's the 15 days before the deadline. So I believe we would be safer interpreting that ruling as 15 days before the 27th of December, not 15 days before our target date, which may or may not come to pass. Thank you.
So I agree, Commissioner Kennedy, and even a more conservative approach is to notice a bunch of meetings in advance. And I believe that's what the 2010 Commission did as an even more conservative approach.
Commissioner Sinai.
I do agree that let's target the 10th. I think that makes sense for November 10th. But I also do want to remind us to take care of ourselves and to take care of each other. But this is what we signed up for. And I know we've said that a lot of times, but there's nothing at this point. We can't rush things and try to say, hey, I'm going to pick on you now, but I need to catch a 3:00 flight or whatever it is. This is what we signed up for. And they asked us many, many times if we could do it. And it's for 10 years. And so let's all just block off our calendars and tell our employers, tell our clients, tell everybody this is what the reality is, our families as well. But, you know, I'm the first one to say, November, I already planned something that first part of that Thanksgiving weekend. My family can still go away and they'll be happy I'm around for dog sitting. But this is what we signed up for, and let's not rush it in any way.
Yeah, and I think to that end, I'll just note that we currently did not schedule November 1st and 2nd. It's a Monday and Tuesday, so just hold that on your calendars, and most likely we might have to add those dates, especially if we're going to use November 10th as a target. We might need those days for line drawing.
Also the 7th?
November?
Yep.
Oh,
I mean, if we're pushing from the 10th back, yeah.
Is that a
Watch out.
Saturday? I didn't
Yeah,
have my
it's
calendar in front
actually
of
a
me.
Sunday. We've
Oh,
never
Sunday.
worked on a
Okay.
Sunday, so, you know, I don't know if we want to, well,
Everything's open. There we go. Commissioner Akutiko.
Yeah, I was going to say, just on that, yeah, I think we need to also plan on blocking out our weekends too. But, you know, I do want to say in response to what Commissioner Sinai said, I mean, I agree. I mean, I think we all know what we signed up for. But at the same time, I think that's why I'm proposing that we do have a range. Like the 10th is what we ideally want to try for. But if we know for various reasons stuff happens, that if it's going to slip to the 12th, then we don't beat ourselves up over it for that because we're still within the range. And I think just having a little grace for ourselves is going to be important because we are in this for the long haul. The other thing too is I do want to caution, I think to what Commissioner Fernandez also said about public input can be provided in writing and in other forms. I would propose that we don't have to have a meeting every day. And I only say this also too because I'm thinking back to the COI input meetings this summer. I mean, I'll be honest, I mean, at the beginning I was thinking, yeah, we should be having more meetings. But as we went through the meetings, I realized, okay, I don't think we could have done like meetings every single day. It would have just been really tough. And I think there's both a mental break and I think just that break to be able to read through things even in the in-between. So I think it's not that we're not going to be working, it's just, you know, I don't know if having daily public input meetings is going to be super effective for us. We'll still be receiving it and we'll still be reading it and working, but I don't know if the meeting is going to make sense. Not to mention, I think I'm also very mindful of what the staff has been saying, like what are they going to be doing to constantly be putting, you know, setting up all those, and that takes a lot as well too, especially if we're talking nearly 7 days in a row. So just want to be conscious of that.
I appreciate that because at the end of the day, we are only human. Yes, we signed up to do this work, and I think we will all, continue with our commitment. But at the end of the day, a body needs to rest. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I actually wanted to just comment along those same lines because certainly we signed up for it, and when I got this calendar, just seeing all red and blue, I'm thinking, okay, you know what, let's do this between now and the end of the year. But I also don't think that any of us need to, you know, be martyrs and die on the vine behind this. So with that said, and I'm for definitely support of the 10th and doing what we need to, and as we plan and add in extra days, there was a reminder earlier for us to also mark some days on our calendar for our own internal homework to actually read what's coming in. And I just wanted to name for the commission that while we are naming additional days that we need to spend researching, it will be an illusion to think that there are days on the calendar that we're not working. And so we almost need to, it doesn't have to be agendized, but make sure we're putting that on the calendar as well. So whereas we think we have a day off here and there, we recognize it is not a day off here or there. So that we know exactly what we're up against, and the public knows it, we know it. And so that indeed, when I see, and should we be gifted with a day off, I think it should be a day off that I'm not then expected to turn around and read 1,000 reports. So I just think we need to be real clear on where we are working and certainly willing to do the work, but I don't want us to give the illusion that we are taking days off or having days off, and it really does not exist.
I appreciate that. And, you know, actually for my students before finals week, they have 2 days of reading days. And so perhaps we could at least plan out a reading hour before a meeting or something like that. Commissioner Akutagawa, did you have a hand raised again? Oh, okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what Commissioner Kutagawa said about public comment. And as we can all recall, during our initial COI meetings, communities of interest input meetings, the first few weeks were a little bit more difficult just because they weren't full meetings. And I'm thinking if we have meetings right away, we may not have full meetings where we could actually use that time to review whatever public comment. So that's why I'm kind of advocating to not have the meetings like right after we display our initial maps. Let's wait, give people a chance. They can submit it multiple ways, and then, you know, hopefully full, robust meetings of public input. And yes, I understand this is what we all signed up for, but I don't think it's almost like our life has been put on hold because the census data has put our life on hold. Whether or not that's fair or not, I don't think any of us thought that it would be December 27th. So I get that part, but we also need to be healthy to do a good job. So get rest when we can.
I agree. And so I think that this is the really great conversation that we needed to have. I'm very excited if Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Ahmed accept the challenge to take some of this feedback and come back to us with some thoughts on what that might look like. I know Commissioner Anderson also has a lot of thoughts, and I'm sure we'll be sending you some of those ideas. I am certain that that would probably also include perhaps a conversation with our line drawing team to make sure that this is done in collaboration with what they might anticipate or the kinds of experience that they have from 10 years ago as well. I know we've talked now, and it seems like we're coming to some consensus around November 10th as a target date for drafts. Is there any additional conversation around target date for final maps? I mean, it seemed like there was a little bit of discussion perhaps to be had on that matter of what day we would actually try to have as a target for certification. Do we want to have any additional conversation on that at this point in time, or do you want to hold off on that? Commissioner Fornashari.
I wanted to talk about something different, so
Sorry.
I'll wait.
No, I think it's okay. You can jump in.
A couple of things. First of all, if you look at the calendar, 8th, 9th, 10th, we're going to travel, and we also have the 12th is a travel day. I guess I'm kind of wondering if we want to just make the 12th a virtual day, so we're not, using up a day just away from home. But I want to just check in with Commissioner Anderson. If we have to certify or whatever, approve our draft maps, we can do that virtually as well as in person, right? Well, some people are going to be virtual anyway, so dumb question, but maybe we can just think about making the 12th a virtual meeting, I guess is what I'm throwing out there, instead of everyone being an extra day, just wandering around wherever the mystery place we're going to be.
Yeah, I might say, if we're all shooting for the 10th, this will change.
Okay.
And if we can, and most people want to make the 10th, and we did talk about there's a possibility you can do it, and so we will do our best to do that. In which case, I think we I don't know if we'll have a meeting on the 12th, because we'll be meeting on the 7th. And so basically what I'd like to do is kind of go back and rework this a little bit. And I also think, while I appreciate the 15-day, the last 15 days and the 3 days notice, basically what I'm proposing is once we come up here and we say we kind of like this, is we schedule all those days. And it isn't a question of, now we can post the agenda. I mean, the agenda for the live line drawing will be pretty simple, but it's just going to be that same agenda for the rest of the time. But I think we will meet virtually, either virtually or in person. We still have to work that out all those days. So I appreciate, and I also did notice that I think we're supposed to be down in Southern California, I think, and on the 8, 9, 10, and then also on the 12th. And I thought that was a bit strange, but so what do we do on the
There's a lot of great Veterans Day events in Southern California.
I'm sure there are.
I think some were looking forward to a trip too.
But anyway, that's still a possibility if we want to have a, because we certainly, there will be needs for business meetings. So these are, and sorry, the other thing I wanted to say is the public input meetings. I was really hoping to hear from the public, which is why it said public input meetings, to see what they would say, what they wanted, what they didn't want. Do they want it right away? Would they rather have a few days later? That sort of thing. And I expect that we should be getting some call-ins on that.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I was just going to comment on what you were asking about the final map dates, and I think we should. I think this conversation's been important, and I think we shouldn't kick it down further or kick it off to the subcommittee. I think we should just state it. I did find what Commissioner Kennedy said was interesting, and I think as Commissioner Anderson has stated earlier, it would be a shame if by hours or by a day we miscalculated, and I think we need to be very thoughtful but also very intentional and conservative about maybe adding in that extra date so that we make sure that our whatever we need to do, make sure that the maps do get certified within the time frame they're supposed to be, and, you know, there's no question about it. And so that would be what I would advocate for. But again, you know, let's set some, like, our best case scenario date that we would like like the 20th, right? Like what Commissioner Anderson said. But if it slips a little bit, you know, like how far in can we slip? Is it really the 23rd? Do we need to look at the 22nd? Do we need to look at the 21st? I'm not really 100% sure what everybody's appetite would be and what really is the safest, most conservative date, last possible date.
Did you have a target date?
I am actually comfortable with what Commissioner Anderson has proposed in terms of the report writing. There are things that need to be done ahead of time and all that. So I just wanted to also appreciate the work that she's done on the scheduling, and this has been really helpful to have an informed conversation. But I just wanted to just put that out there that we should look at our best case and then our absolute, like, most conservative last case date.
So then your proposal for target date would be, as Commissioner Anderson proposed, December 20th for those, to finalize the maps. Certification on the 23rd, is that correct?
I mean, I think that would fit within what Commissioner Kennedy said, right? But I don't know, Commissioner Kennedy, if you want to comment on it, because you mentioned the 15 days part, like what day were you thinking of would actually work? I guess I'm curious.
So if I could just jump in on that. So the 15 days is just how long the commission has for a 3-day notice for the posting of the agendas. So that's, I don't know I think that could probably be a separate issue about which days you need, because we can agendize as we need
everything.
to.
Okay, I was thinking, I was thinking it was specific to the maps, but okay. Then we could just agendize every day like Commissioner Anderson suggested if we need to, just to give ourselves the flexibility.
That is an option, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say the yellow dates on here, which you can see on my calendar, unfortunately you can't on yours, those are the last legal deadlines that you can do it. That is the drop dead. If you don't certify, because you have to vote on the 23rd, you can't make the 27th, in which case it's all been for, just for fun and games. We don't get to do maps. So, which I don't think any of us want. So the 27th is the last to certify, the 23rd would be the last to declare, and the November 15 is the last to do draft maps. But as I said, I don't want to do the 23rd, because then we would have to be working over Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and the day after Boxing Day.
But so just for clarity though, so if we declare the maps on December 20th, we can't certify on the 24th, though, can we? I thought it was because it was a holiday. Well, did I misunderstand that?
We can't vote on that day. That would be the day, though.
But you can't hand it into the Secretary of State that day.
Well, we don't have to do that until the 27th. So but our time frame would be we'd certify on the 24th, and then that would default to the 27th because it's a holiday, and it extends to the last to the 27th.
I think I think the plan is to do it on the 23rd, right? Because the 24th is, well, I shouldn't say that, that's up to the commission, but you all would decide. But as far as, we wouldn't want to count for purposes on the 24th because it is not a quote day as defined, because it is a holiday.
Correct.
So we would have to bump it earlier than that, and it's up to the commission how earlier.
Well, on that one, though, we just have to have 3 days. I thought we worked through this. We have to have 3 days for public comment. Well, technically, we're having 5, and we certify, because it isn't, though, you must certify within the 4th day. It doesn't actually say that in the legal document. But here's the other wrinkle is, okay, say we want to actually certify on the 23rd, then to have 3 clear days, we'd have to declare on the 19th, but the 19th is a Sunday. So which means we would have to declare on the 17th, which means we'd lose all those days to work on maps. We would be declaring maps on the 17th. We'd lose those other days, which means we'd only have, essentially 7 days from, we say, the 11th 7 days to do the final map. I think that's too short, and I know the line drawers we need every day we can possibly get, which is why I went to the 20th, and then the 3 clear days for any public comment are 21, 22, 23. And then and we'll ask, Anthony or Chief Counsel Payne to please verify and read through and make sure that if we declare, do we then have to certify on the, quote, on the 3rd day or on the 4th day, or is it after, what?
So I'll see if I can answer the question. We do have a definition of what a day is, but we also don't have a definition of what a day is. We have a definition of a day and what it's sort of not. It can't be a weekend. It can't be a holiday. But we don't have a definition of a day saying it's 24 hours.
Correct.
So I think we're going to have. I mean, my legal recommendation would be to take a conservative approach on the way we're calculating a day, and I think Commissioner Anderson's attempt is to, what she's referring to as a full or clean 3 days, is to not say, well, we're going to do it on I'm going to make this up at the 20th, and then we count the 20th as one of the 3 days. I think she's advocating for the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd being full clean days. The problem with that is then we would have the 24th, which would be the day to take another vote, except we couldn't do that because it is an act to be performed and is also on a holiday, which is then not a day as defined in the statute. So we run into that problem.
Well, but is it a problem at that point? Because can we do that on the 27th?
Well, I'm just
that's the question,
right? So I think I guess what I wanted to do is just for hypothetical purposes when we're counting, because I know there's plenty of permutations that the commission could go, but what I want to make sure of, and I think what Commissioner Anderson was pointing to earlier, is because we don't have a defined day as saying a day is 24 hours. A conservative approach is to make sure there's always a 3-day gap, a 7-day gap, a 14-day gap.
Right.
Anytime they're referring to it, there are, quote, clean days where you're not sharing it with another act, another vote, and then there's no ambiguity to worry about. But that is, and that's a more conservative approach.
All right, we are up against a break at 2:30, a 15-minute mandatory break. I see a whole bunch of hands, so we will definitely come back and talk through all of these comments. The first person I'm seeing in that lineup, though, is Alvaro. Alvaro, we have about 4 or 5 minutes. Do you want to make your comment at this point? Yeah, perfect, thanks.
Sure, it's a very short comment. I just want to suggest or recommend to the commission for those days after the 12th that we have scheduled continuously from the 15th through the 24th, that the commission consider making those virtual.
Are you suggesting in the rest of November and all of the entirety of December?
I was suggesting pre-Thanksgiving. Thereafter, I think there's some room for that.
So in November? Okay, got it. And that would be part of that public comment period. So I think that's, we will leave that to the subcommittee to take on that comment. I hope you're taking notes. Commissioner Fornashari, would you have time in the time before break?
I went the wrong way. Yes. Now I forgot what I was going to say. I feel like the soldier in the comedy movie when everybody's in a line and they say, we need volunteers, and everyone steps back except for me and my colleague. Anyway, so I think, and just back to the 12th, it's not just the commissioners, right? It's all the staff. And the videographers are going to be traveling with us at the behest of the line drawing team. So, I mean, there'd be a whole lot of people sitting around for a couple of extra days if we don't do the 12th virtually. So that's where I'm going. I'm just not trying to rain on Commissioner Fernandez's parade. Thanks.
Was it a response? Yeah, I think Commissioner Ahmed had just a response.
Just really quick. Have you established a formal subcommittee?
I have not, but I would be happy to
Okay.
do so. Would the two of you like to serve on that subcommittee, and do you have a name for it?
She looks like she wants to say no.
Sure.
No. I'm all for it. I'm just trying to think of a fun name.
That's correct. We are up against a break,
Okay.
so I'm going to give you 15 minutes to brainstorm, and then we will formalize that subcommittee.
Got it. Thank you.
When we come back, why don't we pause here? I see Commissioners Fernandez, Akutagawa, and Ahmed with hands raised, so we will come back to you in that order when we return from break at 2:45. Thank you very much, and welcome back to the Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are continuing our discussion on the timeline moving forward. I know there were several hands raised. Before we get back to that conversation, for the commissioners, I just wanted to remind everyone that please, by 5 p.m., send your RSVP to Alvaro and or other staff members. An email was sent out, just trying to collect who's going to be here in Sacramento next week to make sure that staff can adequately prepare the room and accommodations for everybody. So please, by 5 p.m., please be sure to respond. With that, we will get back to our conversation about the calendar. We have solidified a target date of November 10th. For draft maps. Again, that is a target. We acknowledge that November 15th is our final date for those draft maps, but that we would like to try and get those done by November 10th. We were discussing a little bit about a potential target date for the final maps before the break, and we will pick up where we left off with Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I just wanted to throw this at Chief Counsel Payne in terms of 3 days. Like, let's just say we display our maps noon on the 20th. The noon on the 23rd is actually 3 days. Well, in my book, in my life of corrections in 24-hour increments. So.
I think there's no response on that. Commissioner Akutagawa.
I guess I was going to take a little bit more of a conservative approach and just, again, go back to the range and say, what's our best case, if we can by the 17th, because then that would give us the timeframes that we need. So then if we put out the draft final maps on the 17th, then using the same logic, then by the 22nd, that would be the third day. The 23rd is when we vote. That would be the most conservative, although I didn't really quite hear the answer as to whether or not if we vote on the 27th, is that, I guess I'm going to say, safe for us? Or do we have to have voted before the 27th and then transmit on the before the 27th? Because I think that's the big question mark. And then if that's the case, then, it may be that the 17th is going to be the last possible time frame that we can actually submit it. And we might even have to look at an earlier date than that.
Commissioner Kutagawa, I missed the last part of the 24th or the 27th.
So, okay, so Commissioner Anderson said, okay, if we, let's just say, put out the draft final maps on the 20th, right? So then using the same logic that you're talking about, that's the 21st, 22nd, 23rd. We can't vote on the 24th, 25th, or 26th, so the 27th would be the next possible date that we as a commission can actually vote to finalize the maps and then transmit it to the Secretary of State. Is that considered still within the limits of the time frame that we could submit those maps? So in other words, if we vote on the same day that we transmit it, is that okay, or is that considered late?
So the last piece of this is the waiting period from the final, which is the 3 days.
Yeah.
If we have that, there's no other weighting component. So you could theoretically, so to answer your question, yes, because you can do the certification. There's no waiting period for the certification.
Yeah.
If that
So then
makes
if we say, okay, yeah, then we put out the draft maps on the 20th, and then we do the 3 days, which is the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and then we vote on the 27th, which is the day the maps are due.
So let me just clarify, because I want to make sure I have that right. When you say vote on the 20th, are we talking about the final maps?
Well, I mean, I guess, no, I'm not saying we vote, but we put the draft of the final maps, right? And then they have 3 days to do final comments, is
Well,
my understanding?
So you'd vote for the final display.
Yes.
You'd wait
3
3
days.
days.
Yes.
And then you could certify.
Yes, on the 27th. We vote to certify on the 27th. Right?
So there's one time frame that you're describing, which is you'd vote on the 20th. You're going to wait at least the 3 days.
Yes.
Which is the minimum.
Yes.
Right? You can wait more.
Yeah.
Which is what's happening in your scenario, where we're waiting more than the 3 days, which is fine.
Well, we're still meeting the minimum because it's 3 days, right? That'd be the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th don't count for us because it's a holiday and a weekend.
So let me clarify that point.
Yeah.
So let me pull up the map requirement sheet. This is going to sound like a long-winded answer, so I apologize, but I think it's worth going through it. So on number 9, where it says day means a calendar day within which an act is to be performed. Okay? Day means a calendar, except that if a final day of a period within which an act is to be performed is one of these, then it's the next one, right? So we have at least 3 days in the hypothetical that you've put out there. So we'd have the final on the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
We'd have at least 3 days
Mhm.
that qualify under this definition of a
Mhm.
day, and then we'd certify.
On the 27th,
So
yeah.
that's perfectly
And
fine.
that's perfectly,
Yeah.
okay. That's what I want, because I know Commissioner Anderson asked the same thing, but I don't think we got a clear answer on that. So, I mean, worst case scenario is that then we vote on the final maps on the 20th, but if we want to really do best case scenario, perhaps the 17th is that other alternative as well, too. So like, between the 17th and the 20th, like that Friday, the 17th, is like, maybe like, if we can get it out earlier, we try for the 17th, that Friday, the 17th. But worst case scenario is going to be Monday, the 20th. That gives us the minimum amount of time to give the 3 full days, not 3 24-hour days, but 3 full days of the time for the public comment to occur before we vote to certify the maps on the 27th.
So
Maybe I'm using the wrong words, but we vote on the 27th essentially.
Yeah, so I think what your your hypothetical works fine, because you have to have 3 days that satisfy the definition of how they've defined day
Yeah.
after the final vote, and then you'd have the certification.
Yeah, so
And
the
we have that.
20th is the latest possible that we could do a vote for the final maps and still meet all of the other requirements, the legal requirements, for the display and everything like that.
Let me see. So now you've said the latest, so I'm going to see what the latest.
I'm going to let Commissioner Turner just respond and get it out. Yeah.
Just let me get it out. Because I recall us saying that certification can happen the same day. So in the scenario that Commissioner Kutagawa was given, if we were to present final maps on the 20th, the 3 days would be the 23rd, and they can be certified on the 23rd. Because there's 3 full days.
I think that was the question mark, whether or not that really counts as the 3rd full day.
Yeah,
And-
because if we certify, even say by 5 on the 20th, or 3, or whatever, it's 4 o'clock, on the 20th, we'd have to the 21st, 22nd, 23rd at 4, and then if we'd still certify, it can still be that same day certification.
Yeah, and I think that's why I'm questioning that, because is it 24 hours, like Commissioner Fernandez said, or is it like this other squishy 3 days? And I think that's why I was just proposing then, If we vote on the 27th, then we're very clear, right? This is the most clearest way that we gave three full days
Oh,
instead
Marion.
of, does that make sense? That's why.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think these are the splitting hair things, but I think we have to be really clear about which one it is, because I don't want us to be told that you did not give enough time. And then one last comment that I'll make is I do support the idea of virtual meetings, by the way, for the public comment, because if we're just taking in public comment, I don't see the need to have to be here together. I also support what Executive Director Hernandez said about the 12th. It is kind of a weird where you have to are you just going to hang out on that Veterans Day? So anyways.
Very good. Thank you so much. Marion has a comment. Marion, did you want to weigh in on the calendar
I
dates?
did. Just the way that at least the 2010 Commission interpreted it, the 3-day at the end is for public comment to be received, so that even if you voted on the final maps, if something comes in that changes your mind because of those extra 3 days of comment, you could still vote again on the 27th to make a change.
Would you need an additional 3 days though if you make a change?
No, because you've put them up for display for 3 days, and then you after that days, then you finalize them.
Yeah. So I think I think Marion is describing maybe the interpretation from the 2010 Commission. I don't doubt that's probably what they how they interpreted it. I think if the 2020 Commission were to take a similar approach, I think there is at least a possibility that you run into the loop that Commissioner Fernandez highlighted a few meetings ago, where you do the Commission leaves itself open to the possibility of saying, well, now we need to have, that wasn't a final, and so we need 3 days after a final. And then you kind of keep having the loop of a constant final 3 days.
Well, if you're worried about that, you could put the public maps up for display without taking a vote on them. The 3 days doesn't have anything to do with the vote, it's for the display. But there's no point in having 3 days for public comment unless the comment is going to be meaningful.
I would agree.
I feel like this, I see so many hands raised, so I want to be respectful of everyone, but at the same time, I do think this is a kind of a pertinent piece that we need to sort out. Are the hands raised specific to this piece or on a secondary component? Okay. Commissioner Fornashari on this piece?
Yeah, I'm going to open up a can of worms here, but it's on. I'll just look at it when I talk. I mean, the way I read day, well, I'll read day. It says day means calendar day, except if the final day of the period within which an act is performed is a Saturday, Sunday, or holiday. So technically, the last day we could post the maps is the 23rd. Right? So we have that.
Because
that
an act is not
flexibility.
being performed on this
An act
next.
is not being performed. So the reason we're proposing the 20th is to enable the public to have time to provide feedback, not over a holiday. Okay. So I just want to have that clarity there. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez, I think you had something germane to this point.
As much as this pains me to say, I agree with Commissioner Fornashari right now. I'm just kidding. No, but Commissioner Akutagawa had mentioned earlier the 17th. So actually, if we did display at the 17th, we could certify the 21st. Or we could actually make an amendment or draw new maps, and we would still have time to then post another final, and have 3 days. But I still agree with Commissioner Fornashari as well. So, thank you.
So, Commissioner Fernandez, am I hearing a push for a target date of December 17th?
Me personally, it would make sense. If we're not going to have a second draft, it would make sense to push for December 7th 17th, because that does give us one more chance. Does that make sense, to try to capture? Because honestly, if we have 3 days to receive public comment and we receive public comment and we don't do anything because we're down to the wire, then I don't know. The 17th or the 20th, I guess either day would work. But yeah.
Commissioner Turner, and then I saw Commissioner Kennedy. I know Commissioner Anderson also wanted to get in on this train, and then we'll go back, and I know Commissioner Akimot's been waiting on a different.
Commissioner Fernandez, I understood you to say the 17th would give us the 21st? Okay, so you're counting 3 days. I'd like to know the difference in the 20th then to the 23rd. It's the same, it's 3 days.
So from the 17th, okay, I'll answer it. From the 17th, sorry. It's okay. So the difference, well, if you went by what my definition is, if my definition is noon on the 17th, then by noon on the 20th, you could actually have another set of maps. But of course, our chief counsel's asking us to be conservative. So I'm going with the 21st to ensure that we provide 3 days, because I'm very respectful of our advice. And I heard snickering, so I'm going to avoid that for now. Does that make sense?
So you're counting weekends, okay. And so I can turn my mic off, I don't support the 17th.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that. Commissioner Kennedy.
I had lowered my hand, but I will take the opportunity to say that I would
kinda
be
thought you
happy
might.
to. Because Commissioner Fornashari basically said what I was going to say, but I'll take the opportunity, since you're kind of getting a sense of the commission. I would be very happy with a target date of the 20th, knowing that, if we needed to stretch it out as late as the 23rd, we could. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Anderson, did you still want to get in there?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things. Yes, remember which, because I do have my screen shared, the legal drop dead are in the yellow. Here's the 27th to certify. Here's the 23rd. And the 20th is the proposed to declare maps final, voting and declaring. I do have a quick question for council. Do we actually vote to certify, or it is once we vote final, the time lapses and then we certify?
So the statute doesn't exactly tell the commission the process for the certification, but here's why I'd recommend we vote for a certification, because I believe the process between the waiting period and the final is in case the commission wants to make further changes. So to simply let the clock run might have that effect, but you don't know what the commission hasn't acted on any sort of on any public comment that's happened in the last 3 days, and I believe you want something concrete that you can point to say this is a certification. And even if it is simply an adoption of the final maps that you just voted on 3 days prior, that's the point in time we would point to for the Secretary of State. You want something formal for a certification.
Okay, thank you. And then the 3-day thing, I just want to do a little more clarification, because I just sort of rushed through that. In contract law for, say you're a state contract, for construction, say, and for bidding purposes, and you have a 5-day bid protest, and this is something it's well known. People go, those 5 days are inviolate. They cannot be part of one day on the first day and part of something on the 5th day. You post up this is the guy who won the bid, great. Then the next day starts day one. And those have to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It can't be a holiday, anything like that. And only after those 5 days are done, gone, 5 p.m. the last day, only then the next day can you do anything. And so since that is kind of a legal standard out there, it's a conservative standard, I really want us to adhere to that. Because someone could say, well, you have, oh, sure, you can go noon on this day, and then it's 3 days of noon, and boom, there, it's okay. If someone says you don't have the 3 total days separate, we could get in trouble. So that's why I proposed the 20th, and then we certify, I have it down here as the 24th, which automatically would kick it to the 27th. But I just want to clarify that because we've talked around about it a little bit of time. I just want to make really clear that that is a standard that's out there that people know about. And again, this would be in case someone really did not like something about our map and wanted to find a place to pick us on. I don't want it to be this.
Very good. So the proposal here is target date of December 20th for final maps to be displayed and certified on December 27th. Okay. I see a number of hands, so I'm going to go back to those. Commissioner Achman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to circle back about our subcommittee name, which is not going to be as interesting as I was hoping. Actually, it's interesting to me, so I would like to propose that it's called the Draft Map Feedback Subcommittee, and Commissioner Fornashari and I would love to serve on that subcommittee.
Very good. Thank you. So in my capacity as chair, I will establish the Draft Map Feedback Subcommittee. Very innovative title. Thank you very much for that. And we will include you on future agendas. And I think you have your work cut out for you. So thank you so much for taking this on.
Yeah, and just so that I can communicate with Commissioner Fornashari, you all can listen in on. I think what we have to do is put together a short proposal of what the meeting will look like, and then potentially touch base with the line drawers to see if there's anything that we need to consider. But I'm thinking maybe it's something very similar to how our COI input meetings were held. So we'll connect on getting something, and hopefully we can get something back by next week. Yes, next business meeting.
That sounds incredible. I so appreciate you taking on that. And it looks like Marcy is very excited about that as well. I'm sure she will be a great partner in helping advance this work as well. Sounds like Freddie wants to get in on this too. I don't know. I'm just offering that up there.
You're shooting.
What was that?
I think we should just keep moving.
Okay.
Yeah, you're shooting for the 7th.
Very good. Very good. So we will look forward to having that update for the 7th. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Council about the certification. Could we take a vote on if this all goes well, could we take a vote on the 20th on a set of maps to display, the final maps, and then also vote to certify them if there are no further changes? That way we would not have to meet on the 27th.
So, Commissioner Yu, to your point, it sounds like what you're hypothetically proposing is like an alternative, sort of like a one vote, assuming no changes.
Right. Yeah.
The hesitancy against that is I think there's an argument that could be made that the commission is not thoughtfully considering the public comment period that has to ensue for those 3 days. It's almost as if we're, not really paying attention to it. So I can appreciate the fact that we'd all have to come back around again to formalize it. One point that I would want to highlight, it is going to be important for purposes of enactment and effective dates to really be able to point to an exact certification date and time. So I think that is something we probably don't want to open ourselves up to any sort of skirting of any sort of a vote on that, even if we could do it in sort of the alternative. I think we want to take Commissioner Anderson's earlier point. I think we want to make sure that it's not all. We don't want to risk all for naught, at least towards the end, especially.
Sure. Yeah. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. Sure.
Maybe we could have some sort of an incentive for the 27th when we come to certify. And I have heard that Commissioner Fernandez makes excellent holiday tamales.
Yes, I do.
there
Well,
we go.
I don't. My sisters and I do.
Oh, okay.
More than happy. No, you have to have a super, super, super majority for that.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
All right, I know it feels like we're beating a dead horse here, and I shouldn't even say that probably, but I just still want to just come back to these dates. So first off, I guess, Chief Counsel Payne, I have a question for you. On your map requirements document, number 6 says, final maps will need to be displayed by December 24th. Taking into account, the public comment period of 3 days, right, the 27th, this, given what we've been talking about, it seems like a little squishy there too, which is, I just wanted to point that out, that I guess my question is, to what Commissioner Anderson had said, it should probably be to the 23rd, I assume. And then also, that was where I was asking, now I'm confused, because what Commissioner Anderson said about, the holidays and the weekends don't count in this case, then according to this, then it can't be the 24th or even the 23rd, because technically the 24th, 25th, 26th don't count. Is that correct?
So Commissioner Kutagawa, I'll remind me if I don't answer all of the parts. I'll try to get to the first part, which is the 24th on number 6. So it says it will need to be displayed by December 24th, and that's still technically accurate. The 23rd would be by the 24th. It's just the 24th isn't a possibility on the day of.
Okay.
That's all. So
Okay.
I certainly could change that to the 23rd. The difference is it's a technical versus effective.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the effective application is by the 24th, because the 24th is not a possibility, because it's a holiday.
Yeah.
It effectively means the 23rd. But technically by the 24th is also
I get
another
it.
way of putting it.
Yeah, the technically, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. So I absolutely could change that to the 23rd, if we wanted to.
It might be clear for everybody who might be reading it in the public, but then that also means then that technically then in this case, from a public comment period, the weekends do count. Is that true?
Thank you. So to that other point, if we look to number 9, and
Yeah.
Commissioner Fornachari had mentioned that previously, we count the days. We just don't count them if it's a day in which an act is to be performed. So the holiday, the 24th, counts as a day.
For
It's
public
day
comment,
one.
but it's not one in which we could actually take a vote.
Exactly.
Okay.
So-
And that's what I wanted to just be clear about, because I think the public comment period time is important. And I heard what you said, I think it was in response to Commissioner Yee, that we will take a vote up to a certain point, but we also do so knowing that we will listen to, and if there is something compelling in the public comment, that we all as a body decide we need to really listen to and take into account and make an adjustment before we finalize or certify the maps no later than the 27th, then that's something that what we're doing is leaving ourselves open to that period. I want to just go back to, and I heard what Commissioner Turner, you said about not supporting the 17th. I think I would, in the vein of let's aspire maybe that we could do that, because I do like the kind of the framing that Commissioner Fernandez said about if we do the 17th through the 20th or 21st, right, that gives us the 3 days. That's kind of like a little bit of a way to get that second draft squeezed in there without it really being a second draft. It's not, I don't want to call it that because that's not really what it is, but it is an opportunity where if in that 3-day period we get public comment that we do need to make adjustments, then we have that additional time to make further. But if we can't, I mean, that's just aspirational, I guess I'll just say that. But that worst case scenario, we go for the 20th. That it seems like most people are comfortable with, which I would be fine with. But aspirationally, if we could, I know that it's going to be challenging, but if aspirationally, maybe we could go with the 17th, it would give us that additional opportunity to perhaps hear some additional feedback and make some additional adjustments without being so up against a timeline that we're just going to, I just don't want us to get sloppy either because we're rushing. So that's my thought about that range. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Sinai. Oh, no problem. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. Yeah, just wanting to respond to that. I think it feels to me like we're still doing a lot of guessing or supposing. I don't feel like because we keep wanting to put subsequent dates just in case, which says that even though we keep getting a response from council, we're not settled in that date. Because it feels to me like we're still making allowances for if it's not this, if it's by contract, if it's by the end of the day, et cetera. And in so doing, we're cutting out time just in case. And I think this is, we have a boatload of work to do. We know that we didn't get the extension we wanted. We are looking for a public comment, and I do feel that we're rushing and shortchanging the other end because we're not have a conclusive response or a definite kind of feel of what the end part is. And so our answer is let's cut more days out. And I'm not supportive of that. I feel that if indeed we had a definitive, this has to be done by the 17th because this is how the dates are going to be counted. And this is when that's one thing, is what I'm hearing, is what it's feeling like to me, which is why I'm not supportive of the 17th. Because what I thought I heard last is that we were confident that the 20th would give us the days that's required and we would be able to certify by the 27th. And I think those extra days will help us be more concrete and feel good and solid about whatever we're presenting. And we would have had plenty of public comment. There's always time for more, but I don't want to lose the extra days on that end in hopes that we're being careful and cautious for something on the back end.
Thank you. I want to just insert myself here, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Fernandez, I just saw you raised a hand there, but I would agree with you on that, Commissioner Turner. My sense is the 20th, there's a real reason for it, right, given all of the dates, the holidays, the weekend, et cetera. That means if we set the 17th, we're cutting out the opportunity to work on the 18th and 19th, which we might need those days, right? I mean, those might be all-nighters, in fact. We won't look at staff when we say that, but it might be, those might be very long days. And my sense is, and I've never gone through this process, but my sense is once we get, none of us have, but once we are getting close to final maps, slight changes in one area might throw off a whole lot of things, right? So better to take that time and get it right. Of course, we're going to allow those 3 days. Unless there's something glaringly concerning that we have missed, I don't actually see us making major changes after those 3 display days because, changing a matter of 2 or 3 census blocks could throw off the entirety of a state map. And I think I would support the December 20th target date. Commissioner Anderson, did you want to jump in on that real quick?
I just realized the 3 days usually nothing happens, but sometimes what happens is, yeah, I know the second time, but
only happened once.
yeah, that's true. But what I remember now a discussion. I'm not exactly sure what it was with the line drawers or exactly whom the conversation was with, but it's say like you do post the maps, but for some reason one of them like the line bled into the other line, that like that kind of thing. That's the only reason when you might actually, we had to make this little change before you certify. It's not a consequential change, but it could be a little change. And that was the 3 days. I remember that was kind of the thinking someone was walking me through what the thinking was for those 3 days.
Sure, it's almost
So I
more
wanted
of
to bring
a
that up.
clerical errors. Perhaps.
Exactly,
Okay.
a clerical error.
Very good. Commissioner Fernandez.
And I'm fine with the 12/20th date, but I mentioned it earlier, it's a calendar and it's a fluid calendar. We don't know how swiftly we're going to go through it, and there's no laughing by Director Kaplan at this point. And it might take us a long time, it may not take us a long time, but I also, if there's a possibility at some point to maybe display the maps earlier, then I would suggest that we do that instead of say, oh, we've got a couple days off, right? So I just want to be open to that. But yes, definitely the 20th. That's kind of like our target. We need to get it in by that day. I agree. Thank you.
Very good. I think that we have some conclusions then here. Target date for draft maps being November 10th. Target date for final maps, December 20th. And of course, we can always do
I'm
things
also
earlier.
hearing add the particular homework days on the calendar. So the couple of days that we don't have homework, they're actually, we actually can relax. So I appreciate that. Those are a couple of things I heard. And I'm going to try to do my best to get this calendar a little more legible for, these are line draw activities, commission activities. So thank you. Yeah, sorry
I
about
think that sounds great. Yeah, thank you so much, Commissioner Anderson, for your work on this and for the follow-up that I know that you're going to do. I'm very excited also for our new subcommittee to take on take the charge of the public comment component as well. Commissioner Anderson, do we have anything more on the line drawing subcommittee at this point?
Yeah, just one little thing was the phase document. As the line drawing subcommittee, putting the schedule together was the highest priority. So that's what we've been sort of working on. And then we'll get back to the actual little hows of what things are happening, which we'll probably bring back on the 7th. Because we'll be jumping into, and as we see how the 4, 5, and 6 go, it'll be more concrete, and I think that document is going to actually make a lot more sense. So I just wanted to mention that as the other item. And we'll also try to make sure, as of this day, this is what for the commissions, but also for the public, in terms of what areas of maps we're going to try to work on what days. Because I know the public gave us feedback about that. They really appreciated it. And we'll get better participation, I think, if we can get that done too. So.
The only other thing I wanted to add in terms of from the line drawing subcommittee report for next week, I did raise this earlier, but I just wanted to flag it in case there was any comment. The intention that we have discussed thus far is that we open. These are not business meetings. These are line drawing sessions. The visualizations will be posted 24 hours in advance of discussing them, which means the LA visualization will be posted on the 23rd, on the 3rd of October. The dates are all kind of squishing around here in my brain. On the 3rd of October, we will discuss it on the 4th, but when we open, the intention is not to take public comment until the end of the 3rd day. And the thought process there was that what we don't want to have happen is a COI input meeting during our line drawing sessions. We value public input. We want to get public input. But what we don't want is 4 hours of public input like we had in our COI input sessions, because it would limit our opportunity to actually do the work. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page with that. It is not trying to, limit the public from weighing in on the visualizations, and instead, I think the message certainly should be, take a look at the visualizations, send us emails, we will be reading them, and Freddie from the communications team, just making sure that those communications that are written to us are being posted so that everyone is aware of whatever might be coming in at that point in time. Is there a general agreement that is an approved way to proceed? The other piece on that is waiting till the very 3rd day. We contemplated also after each section. So for example, we cover Los Angeles and take public comment on it. That's going to open a whole nother can of worms. We're going to want to go back to Los Angeles, fix it in a million different ways. Instead, if we're waiting till the 3rd day, keep it in your mind, bring it back next week, right? The following week when we come back to do our second set of visualizations. So that was kind of the thought process there. So I just wanted to lay that out for folks and make sure we were all kind of comfortable with that approach. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, just for clarification again. So I'm fine with the 20th. I like that. So then, should there be public comment, this is going to be kind of within those 3 days. That's going to kind of serve as that second round of comments, essentially. And then if we have to make changes, is that then when we're going to put out revised maps on the 24th to be voted upon on the 27th?
Oh, I think I think maybe the public comment piece.
No,
is dealing
I'm
with
sorry. I'm going
next
back
week.
to. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
going
you're
back.
going back
Yeah,
to
I'm going back to just
December 20th.
Yeah, you moved on before I could comment.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so remind me of your question one more time. On
It's
December
about the
20th.
dates, December 20th.
Uh-huh.
So I'm fine with that. But
Okay.
if people make comment, if we get comment that is substantive, and we decide we're going to make changes, so then we revise the maps, and then we have to redisplay them again on no later than the 23rd, right? Because the 24th is technically a holiday.
Commissioner Anderson, did you want to respond to that?
Remember, the public can give public comment all the way through the process, and we'll be doing live line drawing.
No,
So
yeah.
for them to all of a sudden say something, I expect we will get comments in,
Yeah.
that it be substantive. It's like, where have you been? I mean, and it would have to be, no, I shouldn't say that.
But remember, this is
But-
only, but we've only done one draft of the maps. And what if there is something that, people are like, you got it wrong, you weren't listening to us, you got it wrong?
That I definitely wanted to do a second draft map, and the time to do that isn't really there. Unless we wanted, unless, if I can share again, actually, I might just do that just really quickly, because this is going to come up.
Well, if as you're finding those, I just want to also note, there are going to be people that don't like the maps that we come up with. And my sense is, though, throughout the next 2 months, we're going to have a sense of what those trade-offs are. And at least amongst the 14 of us, we're going to have to come to terms with some of those trade-offs, right? And we each might not get our own areas that as we wanted to see them. But my hope is that by our target date, we'll have some peace with the trade-offs that we've made.
and it's
right?
not that, and I don't think I'm talking about those trade-offs. I mean, I understand that that's what's going to happen, but I'm just thinking hypothetically, like we just get somebody that just says there is a glaring mistake, and what if we just didn't see it until that last, until we put it out on the 20th? What are we going to do? How do you want to do this? That's what I'm asking, because I think we need to be prepared for that too. Or are we just going to say, you know what, look, this is the compromise, this is the trade-offs, this is it, too bad?
I think that's a policy question, or were you Commissioner Kutagawa, are you asking more of a policy question on that, or?
I think it's a combination of both, probably. And I don't know if, I think that's why I think I'm just trying to understand these dates. Like, it's great that we have these dates, but now we're down to a final time. We don't have any more space. And so given that we don't have any more space and this is it, then I don't know if the time is now, and maybe this is also for our new subcommittee to talk about. I don't know if that really falls within them, or if it's a line drawer question about what happens in that time frame, that for whatever reason we have our blind spots and we just didn't see something, and somebody just says, you really got it wrong, and they compellingly say, I've been trying to say this, you haven't listened, but this is something, and then we finally see it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I might jump in here. Even, this could happen, even if we put out a second draft map, the way you're
No, I
spinning it.
understand that, yeah.
In which case, we can look at what can we do. In 3 days, it would have to, theoretically, could you work, and basically redo all the maps, 176 of them? I don't want to speak for the line drawers on that, because we'd have to give them direction.
Yeah.
That would be very, very hard, very, very hard. which is why, you try to get the public input all the way along. And, even if because we did look at, say, if you try, I have shared my calendar, I actually originally was hoping to do one on the 10th. They would give public input the 7 days to the 17th. I think I just quickly went through that, assuming we had this week to finish. Because basically, to incorporate, you have to have the public input of the 7 days, right, if you do a draft map. And then you try to incorporate anything, you've got to review it all and incorporate it, which means we have to give the line drawing directions. And it's hard when you say, okay, I really like this. How do we incorporate? Not quite sure. Yeah? No, that wasn't.
I think it's over here. If it's another person. I think you're
Yeah, okay. Basically, to try to incorporate the information, give the instruction to the line drawers, now let's redo this and come out with a different scenario. At that, once we've done a full draft map, and then you try a second draft map, and then incorporating the changes requires a lot, because at that point you're imagine a puzzle piece, because it's the easiest thing to imagine, and you're taking out 2 puzzle pieces, you want to put them in of a different size. You can imagine what you have to do with the rest of the puzzle. You kind of have to, and so it isn't as easy as it is in our visualization process. And so we sort of run out of time.
I know. I think that's why I wanted to just ask the question, and better that we at least think about it now, because I know we're not going to be able to make everybody happy, and I understand that, but I think I do believe that it does at least warrant some kind of conversation.
Actually, Commissioner Kudogawa, I appreciate you bringing this up. From the whole commissioners, I want all the commissioners to think about this. I want the public to think about this. We want the public participation now, along this way. If you have an idea that you like, that you don't like, speak up. Please send it to the commission. Go to wedrawthelines.org. Please submit these ideas. Because we want to hear them now, because we want to incorporate them now. We want to address the pros and cons early. And so I really appreciate you bringing this up, because this would be a huge concern. Please don't wait and think, oh, I'll wait to the end. Please jump in now. And I appreciate you bringing it up.
All right, I see a number of hands. We'll go to Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things. One, quickly, just to note, Commissioner Anderson mentioned earlier the line drawing phases plan. Just to note that that's what we're calling attachment number 2 to the mapping playbook. So when that comes out, you'll know where that fits. Concerning the 3-day period, I'm thinking of it as serving 2 purposes. One is to offer a real and legitimate opportunity for any final comments that could possibly, even remotely, alter the maps. So if at that point somebody offered something compelling that really undoes a puzzle that we'd all been struggling with and never really were that totally happy with, and now we see it in a flash of inspiration, that it would be theoretically possible to change that and make everyone happier. Fairly unlikely, let's hope, all the good work that goes up to that point, but could be possible, and a real possibility. We don't want to even imply that that's not a real possibility. But more likely, I think, it's the last chance for people to have their say. And even people who know that there's basically no chance that we'll draw the maps in a certain way, to be the loyal opposition, to have your say, that's important in a democracy, right? And even if there's 0 chance that you're going to change the maps, to be able to go on record, I want to hear those comments, and this is the chance for us to hear them. So that's more likely, and I think that's what the 3 days will serve. But if the first one does happen, then the 20th does give us, a legitimate, legally defensible opportunity to make those changes and still make the 27th.
Thank you. Director Kaplan?
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight the comment about At the end of the 3-day series will be time for public comment, that we make sure to include that in like an updated description or calendar that you're going to be creating, and even provide a narrative to this document so that that's clear on the website. Everyone knows each week what's happening, how we're doing the zones if possible, when is the time for input, what is that input that we want, so that you could get, and the outreach team and comms can really push this message of here's how to participate now, early, and here's what's happening. And I think even with that comment at the end of the 3rd day, we can also highlight, here's the recording. On Monday, we talked about Zone A. If you want to go back and listen to it, on Thursday is when we're going to be taking comment on this, so that we can be pushing that message also. So as clear as this can be in a final version, and we can work with you on that too. Thank you.
And I think we're going to finalize that plan on Friday. And then we'll send it over to you and post it on the website as well. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I think I just wanted to say I'm really anxious to start drawing lines. I think for sure that work and this conversation drives all of us to be very much so in tune, focused, ensuring that we're recalling all of the testimony that we've received. I appreciate Commissioner Anderson's call and reminder out to the public to make sure you're commenting now, because after, and I appreciated the analogy that she used about puzzle pieces and all of those piece parts, because once we get down to the 3 days, I think it's very unlikely that there will be a lot of changes at that moment. And so I wanted to just name that again, and it's the unspoken piece of the work. And so we've worked on this, not just now, all along, to ensure that we're doing what we can to include all of Californians and hear everyone's voice and include all of the piece parts. And we've built in some more things today to talk about the research that we'll get that Commissioner Sinai has done that other people don't have access to. And, you know, so on every front, we've talked about how do we include every piece that we need to, and we're going to do all of that. And I think by the time we put draft maps out and allow people to respond to it, I think that will there be already a crunch period of trying to incorporate that and make that happen. And by the time we get down to those last 3 days, I think it really will be a matter of hearing from people and not necessarily a whole lot of changes that's going to go on, and that just is the given timeline. Hindsight is always 20/20. When we finish on the 27th, when we come back from holiday after the new year, we're going to be like, oh man, in 10 years from now, we can do something different. Yep, the time for all of that is now, and we all want to do the best for everyone, but I think we all need to come to the understanding that everyone is not going to be happy, much to our dismay. We want everyone to be happy, but we're going to have to set a date, set a line, follow what we have to, whether we think it makes sense or not, in these 3 days in public comment and can't do much with it. It is how everything is outlined. 3 days, we'll hear the public comment. There can't be a whole lot of change after that time period, or the whole thing will be for naught still, and we will have to move forward. And so I just wanted to name that and thank everyone that this is going to encourage them now to give more public comment. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sinai.
So I'm not sure if we need to do public comment on this one before we go on to something else, or if we're just going to do public comment on everything at the end. Because I'm going to a different topic. I'm leaving the map, the calendar.
Is it a topic that we're agendized for?
Well, it's not a big topic.
Is it line drawing related? We are currently still on the line drawing subcommittee.
Yes, it is line drawing.
Very good. Go ahead.
Can we be clear on what's our homework for our next meeting? Besides, we know when we're going to put out the visualizations, but should we be rereading all the COIs to match with those visualizations? And if so, can we just be, because I feel a lot of times we're not that clear on how, So can we just be clear on our homework between now and next week?
Would you like to add that as the homework for our commissioners for next week?
Well, I would think that if we're that was my thinking,
Sure.
but I didn't know if I was right or not right. But my thought would be that we should be rereading the COIs and looking at the new COIs that have come in
Yep.
And then when we see the visualizations, we'll be better informed. But I guess I'm new at this. And so I was
As
just
we all are.
questioning. Exactly. So that's what I was questioning. I'm like, is that the right homework or am I off?
No, I think that's entirely appropriate, right? And so as soon as possible, we will get out that finalized schedule of what days we'll be taking on which zones and areas of the state. Certainly, we know Los Angeles is going to go first on October 4th, so you can start getting prepped for that. And we will let you know the other dates. Again, we're going to coordinate that with the mapping team and make sure it fits for everybody in terms of their preparedness.
Yeah, one thing I would say is, actually, thank you for that specific comment of make sure we know exactly what the homework is. The one thing that we should pay attention to is all the new things that do come in, because that won't necessarily, in public comment as well as public input, because those won't have a chance to get into the into our database. So look at that, make sure, even like the Monday, right before the meeting starts, sort of, and then a review of the COIs, but all input too, because remember, soon we'll start getting in not just COI, but we'll be getting in, I want you to do with the maps this way. So I don't know. Oh, and I don't have a date. We will, as soon as we get the date for the, the redistricting tool, we'll make sure everyone knows that. So, but thanks for bringing that up. And we'll do that specifically for each time frame.
Commissioner Sinai.
And my second point is, can we go back to creating the redistricting cheat sheet that we talked about way back in the beginning, because there was a lot of new language for us all, and have it online? Because I feel like some of you have spent more time with the VRA lawyers and the line drawers and stuff and use certain language, and I think I know what you mean, but I'm not sure. And I'm sure if I'm feeling that way, the public is feeling it. So if we could spend some time, even silly things like point contiguousy. I was like, okay, I think I know that. It's thrown out a lot, but have we ever defined it? And so, just a cheat sheet for everybody and there might be already one created on someone else's website and we steal it and create a link to it, but just so that we go back to our promise of that.
Does the mapping playbook want to maybe include that as I think some of those are actually, so there are a bunch of terms defined in the mapping playbook. I'm wondering if that's maybe attachment number 3 that could have a couple additional definitions.
Indeed, I already have half of what you're describing drafted up.
I kind of had a feeling that you might. Yeah, perfect. I think that would be great. That would be great. Yeah, and so maybe if it's possible for you all to bring that next week. I know you're bringing back the rest of the playbook. We're going to finalize that. If it's possible to have that ready by next week.
Yeah, and actually, if any of the commissioners have particular words that they are like, I've always wanted to have that included, please, forward that to, well, I don't know if we have to forward it to Alvaro, who can forward it, or to somebody. But yeah, because I think that's a really good idea.
So from that regard, Anthony helps out with the mapping playbook just to ensure that the definitions are legally sound and appropriate. So if you have specific terminology that you'd like to see defined for the mapping playbook or redistricting cheat sheet, as we might want to refer to it, send it to Anthony. He can coordinate it with the subcommittee. Okay. That's all we've got for line drawing subcommittee. And we are at the end of our agenda. So with that, oh no, I see. Okay, Commissioner Fernandez, what you got?
At last week's meeting, we had the presentation by Megan Gall. And there were some of us that had questions. We still had our hands up, and he said, oh, can it wait till next week? And it's next week, and then we never got to it. So I did have a few comments on that, and I was hoping that, I'm not sure when to discuss it, but maybe if information can get sent back to Megan. So can we talk about it now, or do we need to move on, or? Should I just go home?
Well, did you want to describe your comments, or do you want to send them via email and get responses? Do you feel like they're
No, it's
okay?
it's kind of simple.
Okay.
I don't want to say it's a simple comment. Obviously, Megan Gall really knows her stuff, which is great. But I am not a statistician, and I think what I don't want to say issue, but concern or whatever you want to say with the presentation is that there were many times that I had to Google some of the words because, as most of you know, English is my second language. And although I have a bachelor's and a master's degree, and all of us here have a bachelor's degree, most of us have beyond a bachelor's degree, there's what did I Google this morning? 34% of those over 25 have a bachelor's degree. But what I didn't Google was how many Californians English is a second language. So what I'm trying to get to was her presentation, and as we move into line drawing, I don't want to lose our Californians in terms of the words that we use. And I know early on we made a conscious effort, we're intentional to try to use language as simple as possible. So ecological regression, ecological inference, that's what I was Googling. And I thought I had a really good handle on this racially polarized voting, and I came away a little bit more confused than when I went in. So I just want to make sure that we remind ourselves that very few Californians are familiar with a lot of these really technical terms. And the second piece of it is Megan also mentioned I may use the acronyms for them. Please don't use acronyms for them because that's even worse. I'm going to be like, what was ER? What was EI? What was EIR.C or whatever? So I just wanted to bring us back to reminding ourselves that we want to be careful in the words that we use because not very many people are as familiar with this process and with the language that we use in this process, and we don't want to exclude people based on the language that we're using. I hope that makes sense. So, thank you.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and thank you for raising that. And I'm certainly not going to speak for Dr. Gall, but yes, certainly we can get additional clarity on ecological regression and ecological inference. They are two very similar processes. But at the same time, I know we struggled actually in talking about that training, about just what level of depth to go into. There was a concern to not have to go too far down into the rabbit hole of describing Bayesian statistics and statistical modeling. And so I think it was a challenge to figure out how to be comprehensive and yet still be accessible. So I can certainly raise those three terms. If there's other specific terms in particular, I'm happy to pass them on. And perhaps she could elaborate on those slides that she had, and we could post that to our website as an ongoing reminder or training for folks. I think we do have a training tab on the website, and perhaps we could have that live there so that when we need a reminder about the differences between these statistical terms, we could have it as a handy reference. Would that be a?
Yeah, I appreciate that's fine. I did go do my own research afterwards, so I'm okay. I mean, I understand it. I was just more concerned for reaching Californians, and I don't want to discourage them, right? I don't. I'm just thinking if my mom was listening to this, she would have turned it off like after about 2 minutes. But again, I was also thinking of when we had our public input meetings. Now, how were Margarita and Joanna going to explain ecological regression if they had to interpret this? So I think I was trying to get to like a very basic level, and nothing against Megan because she's absolutely wonderful, and I'm so glad that she understands this and is so excited about it. But I just kind of wanted to set that out as a reminder to all of us. So thank you very much.
I think that's great. Perfect. And Commissioner Sinai.
Thanks. I still kind of see that as it was an overview and not a training. And I think we're still using words incorrectly because the bottom line was at the end of it, I didn't know if it was VRA or not. And I had to ask again. Like, I didn't care so much about the different ways she was interpreting it, and I didn't think that was as important for us to go. I mean, it was important that there's 3 different ways, And I thought, I was waiting for the punchline, which was, I thought it was going to be, if you use this regression, it is a VRA. If you use this one, it's not. If, you know, and there was no punchline. And I was sitting there, and that's why it took me a while to figure out, wait, so is it or is it not? And I had to write it down and have a question later. And so I think we still need to be, when we agendize things, say if it's a presentation or a training, and if it is a training, can we switch it so we are actually doing something? Like they give us the data, we all play with it, and we come back and say, hey, based on this, that, you know, even if we're wrong, but at least we're playing with it versus talking at us. We've been talked at a lot, and I think that's why we're getting confused as well. And so, and again, it's nothing against her. I think it's just, right now we're getting to the beginning, you know, we're going to start line drawing, and we don't always want to depend on others because then we're not doing it.
I think that's really helpful. And I think the good news is I don't think we have any more trainings. Not that I know of.
That might be the bad news, since we're still saying we're not sure what is and what isn't. So I hate to say that, but it might not be good news.
Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, just real quick to add into that, I do think that that will be helpful in good or bad. I think that's something that maybe even for lessons learned that we'll pay attention to more so going forward. We'll catch as we can this time and ask more questions to ensure that we are at least operating in some expertise based on responses to questions. And then coupled with that is something that I think I got pulled away the day that we focused a lot of time on lessons learned, but along those same lines, I think what we tended to do was to put people with expertise on subcommittees. And I, in retrospect, think that that is a mistake. I think there should be a person with expertise and someone that has farthest away from expertise on the subcommittee, so that as conversations are being held, it does us no good if two lawyers are on a subcommittee or people that have law backgrounds are on a subcommittee to determine how to move forward in something that's legal, because no one present then have a good clue on how to interpret that information for someone without that expertise. And so I think going forward, it's better suited to have someone that that has expertise on VRA on a subcommittee and some that has no clue, so that even as the subcommittee is deciding what should be presented and what is training, et cetera, you'll be able to give a kind of a balanced approach so that the entire room and audience will be able to access the information that's being trained. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Seeing no other comments at this time, we will go to general public comment. Can we, Chief Counsel Payne, put together both public comment for this agenda item as well as general public comment to close out the meeting for the day?
Yes. Yes, Chair.
Great. Thanks so much, Katie. I see you there.
Here I am. The Commission will now take general public comment for items not on the agenda and for the item number 5, line drawing subcommittee. Correct? Sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 882-6438-3219 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. For full call and instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. We do not have anyone in the queue at this time, and we will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Thank you very much, Katie.
And we do have a caller in the queue. One moment. Yeah, caller 3818. I do see your hand. You will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. And the floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. Good afternoon. This is Grace Garner calling from the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. Good to be with you all today again. I just wanted to find out if you can give us a better sense of what the commission will be releasing and discussing in open session versus what will be discussed in closed session regarding the racially polarized voting analysis. We recognize that the legal counsel is recommending closed sessions because there might be significant exposure to litigation. And of course, there's a need to protect attorney work product. However, there's also the competing values of transparency and the public's need for this information to help draw and comment on Section 2 districts. For example, the Black Hub is preparing a number of majority-minority districts for its submissions next month, and that RPV data would be very helpful in our work, as well as our comments on visualizations and district lines. The 2012 Commission did not release all of the VRA experts' analysis, but there was a lengthy legal memo and a 52-page set of attachments that were released and discussed in open session in its mid-July meetings. We hope that the current commission would also provide these types of materials and have open discussions to better inform the public. If you can clarify what the commission intends to release and discuss publicly and when any materials might be released, that would be very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Up next will be caller with the last word 2829. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. The floor is yours.
Yes, I have 3 questions. This is Renee Westa-Lusk. My first question is about the public map input sessions for October 21st through the 23rd. Are those appointments for group presentations or individuals or both? That's my first question. My second question has to do with the VRA former district under Section 5. I don't understand why the commission can't look at those as a starting point to help them draw the VRA districts for, that qualify under Section 2. I don't know why that can't be done. And then a third question I have is, if there's not a majority of one minority in an area, and it's made up of 3 different ethnic minorities, but neither one has a majority, then does that automatically qualify for VRA, Section 2, or I just wanted to know if that would be considered a Section 2 qualification VRA district. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions, Ms. Westa-Lusk. In terms of your first question, those are appointments per submission. So it could be an individual, it could be a group. Whoever wants to make such an appointment can do so and is welcome to do so. And that appointment system is still open, and there are still some appointments available. We don't have our VRA counsel with us at this point in time, so I don't want to speak without the precision of their legal view. My understanding, however, is under Section 5, those were previously covered counties, including counties such as Kings, Yuba, and Monterey, I believe Merced as well. They're no longer covered. And so Section 2 just simply takes on a different task of thinking about the dilution of the minority vote. Section 2 existed in the 2010 2011 redistricting process, just as it continues to do so here. So those are 2 separate activities. Those covered counties required pre-clearance by the Justice Department, which no longer applies in this instance. So our obligations under Section 2 continue to, we continue to have those obligations. But I'll certainly punt this question to our VRA counsel when they are present to provide a more precise answer. In terms of your third question, again, I would ask for our VRA counsel's response on this. But in general, this is the purpose of the racially polarized voting analysis, is to understand what our obligations for Section 2 districts would be, and to see when and where if in those instances that you suggest where there may be more than one group that might be covered under the VRA, historically excluded minority racial groups, to see to what extent they are voting together and they have the same candidate of choice. And that's what that racially polarized voting analysis would help to tell us. But again, I want to leave those for our VRA council to weigh in on, and they will certainly be with us in future meetings again. I hope that helps.
That was all of our callers at this time, Chair.
Very good. Thank you so much. And with that, if there's not any final comments from commissioners, we will adjourn our meeting. Thanks so much, everybody.